Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, ADHD. How are you? Good morning, everybody. What's cracking, chat? I'm doing okay, Jodilyn. Jodilyn, I am doing okay. What's up, Nicole? Trump is awesome. Trump's a fucking moron. Trump's a fucking wiener, dude. Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry you can kick me. I don't like Trump. I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you want to debate why you like Trump, come hop in the box. Come tell me why you enjoy Trump. Why is your brain not good? Good morning, y'all. We're just having our first cup of coffee. And we're ready to slap some wieners. Cheyenne, they're in the chat. They're real people. They're real people. It's pretty crazy. It's the real deal. Robin, thank you for the subscription. Why does it not make sounds anymore when I get a subscription, y'all? I need them sounds. Guys, let's tap the screen. Let's get some people in here. Let's get some debates in here. I just woke up. I probably should have like woke up some more before I went live. So my apologies, y'all. When are we gooning? I'm down. If you're down, I'm down. What's up, Jaime? Did I miss the fit check? I'll show you guys the shirt. It's Final Fantasy VII. I love this shirt. It's real thick, real soft. Hi, Mookie. No fit check today, though, guys. We're Winnie the Poohin'. Not really. What's up, lovely lady? Gotta save your thighs for special occasions. Nice, Mookie. Glasses brand. These are from Temu. These are chic Temu. $12. They feel high. They feel high quality. Like they have very good fitted hinges. Yeah. And it says love your lives. Thank you. New glass goofing. Somebody asked me if there's some other type of glasses yesterday, and I looked them up. There's like $500 glasses. No. Oh god. What's up, bro? What do you like about Trump?
What do I What do I like about Trump? I like his common sense policy on gender ideology.
Okay, what's his policy on that?
He just thinks that there's men and there's women.
Isn't
Pretty
that a
simple.
social issue? You try to legislate a social issue? It's kind of weird.
Well, I guess both sides are currently trying to legislate on that specific issue. So if it's
where are liberals
kind of
doing
weird
that?
for him to legislate on it, then it should be equally as weird for the other people to legislate the opposite way.
What are we trying to legislate on that?
Well, I mean, there's plenty of things that have been in the courts in terms of children being able to get gender affirming care, those kinds of things.
That's just science. We just believe doctors in science.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. We had science 50 years ago, and they didn't say that this was a thing. So, pretty interesting idea.
It's crazy. We've come pretty far in 50 years.
It's just because of science, but we've had science in the past where they've gotten things wrong all the time. So
yeah, they used to do frontal lobe lobotomies and like electric shock therapy, and we're a little further than that now. Yeah, we have
yeah, they used to say cigarettes are good.
Yeah. So do you just believe no science, or
yeah,
just
so
when it's convenient for you?
Still doesn't detract from my point.
So you're just, I feel like you're just,
yeah.
when it's convenient for you, science is not good.
Well, I'll let you finish.
When it's convenient for you, science is not good.
In modern
day, science as we know it, I would say, is a lot further and a lot more trustworthy, and we do things like peer-reviewed science now, and we have a lot of peer-reviewed science that show this is a thing. And I just believe, unless somebody out there has done a study that says gender affirming care is not good for this day and age, or for this age group, or for yada yada yada, that's what the doctors will start doing. But I don't believe that Republicans are there. They don't really have a critique of that. They just like think it's icky.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Okay, yeah. So I don't think that it takes a genius to understand the idea, and this isn't difficult at all. I know that most people pretend as if it completely does not exist, although it's very obvious that it does. I mean, you could go on the internet and there are peer-reviewed studies that are coming out of some of the top colleges, some of the top institutions in the world, that are saying exactly what you just said, that gender affirming care is either not effective or it is the opposite of effective. So
you would have to,
I'm not saying that you have to trust every single study that comes out. Please let me finish. I let you finish. I'm not saying that you have to believe one or the other study, but people on the left who are taking this idea that all science says that they are correct are just objectively wrong.
No one's saying all science is correct. Science is science. It's you can get the same result if you repeat the same.
You just cited science as the reason why you believe in gender ideology.
Yeah, and what you're gonna have to do,
told you
you're
that
gonna
there's
have to
science that says that what you're legislating for is not effective, or it's to the detriment of children.
None of us are legislating.
Again, you're back to the same argument that doesn't actually argue the point.
Now you're arguing. Now you're interrupting me, but you're gonna have to show me a study that says that those things are not effective. That gender affirming care is not good. And we haven't seen anything like that. There's nothing like that that comes out. You just made that up.
I didn't just make that up. I mean, really? You're going to sit here and say that I'm making up a peer-reviewed study that's come out that says that gender affirming care is not effective?
Yes.
Okay, then just Google really quickly on your own, since it's so difficult to do this. Just Google.
The burden of proof is on you, bud.
Okay, so if I can pull one up right now, what are you going to do?
I'm going to read it.
What are you going to do if I bring one up?
I'm going to read it.
Okay, and are you going to immediately, I'm assuming you'll discredit the source?
Sure.
Okay, give me about 15 seconds. Hang on.
Yeah. We have a consensus of the science and medical field, and no Republicans are using this when they're doing things in Tennessee, like stopping children from having gender affirming care. They're not using any of this. They're just saying we're going to protect our kids, even though that's not what the medical consensus is. Oh yeah, I saw that.
I mean, yeah, like I said, if you study this, the first thing that comes up is literally studies, but there's
Which
massive
study?
amounts
Which study do you have?
of non-consensus.
Which one can I look at?
Pull it up. Hang on. Okay, yeah. Well, it's kind of hard to read from two screens on a phone. I mean, just Google on your own. I mean, you'll see. Like, and I know that you're not
You
going
don't
to
have
want
one.
to. Yes, I'm looking at one on my phone right now. Gender affirming care is not evidence. Published the 10th of May. It's on the web link Springer. It's the first thing that pops up if you search gender affirming care not effective study.
10th of May, what year?
Very easy. 2025.
Okay. And what's the title of it again?
I just read this, brother.
Dude,
you just asked for it. Did you not write it down?
You just Ace Ventura'd your way in and out. I couldn't hear you.
Okay. I mean, yeah, let me get back to it. Hang on. Pediatric gender affirming care is not evidence-based. I just gave him the title, Mark SF.
Okay, and it's peer-reviewed?
Regardless, the idea that it's a consensus is completely insane, because the idea of transgenderism literally popped up on a mainstream scale maybe 5 to 10 years ago. So you're saying that consensus science is settled on something in less than a decade that has to do with literally the gender
it's not
of
true.
human beings.
It's not
insane.
true. It just started being politicized, and you guys started paying attention.
Okay, so you don't think that any of the studies that are done in colleges that are peer-reviewed, that have been released, you don't think any of them have any validity?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the consensus, the majority of all of the studies done worldwide,
okay,
not just here. Excuse me.
The consensus doesn't mean.
Excuse me. You just got on my ass for interrupting you. The consensus says that this is what we find. This is the most effective thing. We see suicide rates go down drastically when they receive gender-affirming care, and you don't give a fuck. You just think it's icky. That's what I think.
Okay, you're kind of missing the entire point that some of the studies that talk about gender-affirming care and how effective they are, one of the big things that actually is being critiqued is how those studies are done. Because if you use common sense and if you use critical thinking, you have to understand that gender ideology, the primary basis that you would measure is someone less or more depressed, is not an actual physical moniker. Whatever word you want to use. But regardless, it's not a physical moniker. So what I'm saying is the method that they're measuring these studies on is essentially polling. They're polling people. So this is not like if you were to say smoking cigarettes does not give you cancer. This is like if you asked 1,000 people, when you smoke a cigarette, does it make you happier? We're dealing in literal pseudoscience at this point.
No, that's not true. It's just like saying
it is entirely true.
Excuse me. It's just like saying that all let's say medicine that takes care of anti-anxiety or antidepresssion or anything like that, anything that has to do with behavioral health has no monikers that you can monitor. You're just casting doubt on it because you fundamentally just don't understand.
No, I absolutely do cast doubt on it, because the more prescription pills that we have for depression and anxiety in this country, the higher the suicide rate is in children.
Okay. All right. Well,
so the more that you're diagnosing,
I'd love to see
the
that
more
too.
pills and the more evidence that you have that's saying you're making the world better over the last 20 years is literally leading to more people offing themselves and higher rates of depression. So everything that you say and do on your side of the aisle, you're basically, the road to heaven is paved with, or the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And you guys are riding that train all the way to hell.
There's not a single first of all, the right is doing this mostly the religious bigots.
Thank you.
The right is mostly religious bigots who just don't believe in the idea or don't understand.
I'm not religious at all.
Or don't understand gender ideology, and they don't understand that this is a social thing that could cause social problems. So TikTok user, for instance, if you were in high school or middle school and you were of age, and you had big man boobs. You had
high school or middle school, and you're of age. Those two
whatever,
things are literally
of that
impossible
age,
to have at the same time.
Excuse me, if you're of that age.
So we're talking about children.
Yes.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Children.
If you had big boobies, you had big man boobies, which you might have right now.
So if you're overweight.
Would you feel, no, I'm talking about if you were just maybe like my weight and you had big boobs.
So gynecomastia type deal.
Sure. Would that child feel some sort of distress in public?
That has nothing to do with gender affirming care.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It absolutely does.
Oh, it absolutely doesn't, because it's not about affirming your gender.
It absolutely is.
No. It's
absolutely is. It absolutely is. What would you feel distress if you had that attribute in middle school and high school?
Don't you think every single child, or at least 90% of children, have some kind of physical attribute that they're embarrassed about?
I'm not talking about. You're gonna have to follow me here. You're gonna have to participate.
Okay, so you're saying
distress?
if a kid has boobs, if a guy has boobs, okay, so he's embarrassed by it.
Yeah,
so
and,
go on.
And
What's
people
the point?
people pick on him. They call him man boobies. They call him names. They call him a girl. They call him a woman. How do you think that kid would feel? Do you think that kid, there's a likely, say if there's 1,000 of the kids, do you think one of them might unalive themselves?
Okay, so now you're pivoting to bullying. Just bullying. Basically,
I'm alluding to social pressures, yeah.
You're deflecting from the point, and you're moving to the just the topic of bullying.
You're so scared of this conversation. You know where this is going.
No, I'm just telling you that's what you're doing.
Okay, well, that's what I'm doing.
Do you want to talk about bullying?
Do you want to participate?
I'd love to talk to you about bullying.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you want to acknowledge what I said? If you had that condition,
I just acknowledged exactly what you said. So, okay, so one of them bullied over having big boobs as a man. So go ahead, make the point. What's the point?
Would one of them commit suicide? Do you think out of 1,000 of those kids?
Okay, so asking me rhetorical questions. Has anyone ever killed themselves over bullying? Yes.
Okay, well there you go. So
right, so
what would be
had a gotcha that is not a gotcha unless you literally don't have a brain. Go ahead.
Okay. What would you do to resolve that issue in those children? What would you do?
Well, I think that bullying, the root source of bullying, one, I think a little bit of like bullying is probably natural in children, like it's just immaturity and whatnot kind of simmering up.
Right, we're talking about something else.
The other aspect is the actual social aspect of like someone is raising these children to think it's okay to bully. So it actually has less to do with
you can't go around and just tell everybody not to bully them.
The natural circumstances that they find themselves in as human beings.
You can't.
And it has more to do with the people who are bullying and what's going on with them psychologically.
Right, but you can't go around and just stand in between.
Appreciate it.
Okay, you can't just go around and stand in between that child or all of those children and all of their bullies all the time, can you? You can't change the social pressures by saying, hey, that's wrong.
What you're ultimately suggesting is that those children should get some kind of government-subsidized surgery to
Nobody's saying that the government should subsidize this.
Look, you don't want to suggest it, but you're asking the question. You're asking the question in the way that's basically the only
Nobody is asking the government to do this.
I guess you're avoiding the point. What point are you making? There's no point. You just said that bullying
You're going to have to start talking to me. TikTok.
It's not an actual point.
Are you here to talk to me or are you here to read the comments, bro?
I'm just making sense of what you're saying. I mean, your point was literally the ultimate crux of your argument at the end was, what do you think about a kid who gets bullied because he has bigger boobs as a man?
Why would you
feel? Why do you think it's okay that people get bullied and then that kid goes home and hurts himself?
I want you to dissect this, bub. I want you to dissect this. Why do you think the kid would feel weird? Why would society make fun of that kid for having big boobs? Why would they do that?
Answer the question yourself. Why are you asking me a rhetorical question?
Because I want you to. Because it's sadly I have to walk you through this.
It's not going to lead.
Sadly, I have to walk you through this.
I think gender affirming care for minors is a good thing.
It is. I'm literally.
You think that the idea of bullying ultimately leads back to gender affirming care for 9-year-olds.
You're going belligerent and wild because you know it's leading there. No, I'm
belligerent and wild because I can't have an honest conversation with anyone on your side of the aisle because none of you people actually understand what you're suggesting.
Or maybe you're belligerent and you can't have this conversation.
The second level of thought behind what you're saying.
You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea.
And it means nothing.
You have no idea how to handle this conversation. So you just keep grandstanding and you keep fucking auditing how this is going and how bad we are in general. That's what you want to talk about. You want to talk about this.
Question? Go ahead. Ask your next rhetorical question. I'd love to answer it.
So what would happen? why do you think the kid would feel in distress? Why would they make fun of a kid for
Because
having
they're
big
getting
boobs? Why would they make fun of a kid with big boobs that
Because
is
they're getting
male?
bullied.
Because
Because
they're
getting bullied.
You're not even listening to me.
How would a male feel if he was getting bullied because he had a tiny penis? I
Okay.
mean, I don't know.
Well, that falls in line with
if
this.
he's small or if he's 5'1".
Okay.
He's too short.
Exactly. Why would they make fun of him
same
for
thing,
that?
great, okay.
Why would they make fun of a male for having big boobs?
Why would they make fun of a male because he's too short?
Answer the question.
I just answered your question with a question.
Okay. Do you want to acknowledge that it's because it doesn't really fit the gender role that they're fulfilling?
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with gender roles. It's because they have a
Then what is
quality
it?
about them that is
Break it down.
outside of the norm.
Okay, well, outside of the norm of what? What is the norm?
The normal body shape for a male.
For a male.
Sure.
What's the normal body shape for a male?
I don't think that there actually is a normal body shape, but with children, all of them are running around. They pick and I mean, that's the thing, is that you want to pick one specific thing, like if they had gynecomastia. And you don't want to compare that to like if they're too short.
You're so upset you're getting dunked on here, bud.
Look, now you're not having the conversation. Instead of actually talking back to me on the point, you just say you're getting so mad.
I'm not acknowledging because you're not acknowleding. You're not acknowledging what I'm talking about.
I just acknowledged exactly what you said, brother.
The fact is, the child is going through distress because he doesn't fit gender norms. If he were alone on an island with 1,000 kids just like him, none of them would have any distress. None of them would feel any sort of way about this. But because we have a gender norm in society that doesn't show us that big boobs on males are a good thing, he gets picked on, and then he starts having thoughts and feelings and distress consistently about himself. And
what's your solution then?
The solution to that could be gender affirming care.
It could be. I thought you said that the consensus, the science consensus, we know
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor.
So then why would you, as not a doctor, as someone who can easily Google that this is not complete consensus, sit online and advocate for something that doesn't have to do
You're the one who says you know better than the consensus of all doctors. If you go to any doctor right now and they diagnose you with gender,
I'm just pointing out the very obvious truth if there's not a consensus, we should not give children care that is going to affect them for the rest of their lives.
Okay, well that's not a thing.
Obvious.
That's not a thing.
Not hard. You just
that's
have to
not
be
usually
a literal
a thing.
Grown adult to have this point.
That's not usually a thing. So you want to be able to stand in between a child and their doctor and their parents and say, hey, I know what's better when all of these doctors should do with your child. I know it's better.
Well, that's
what
the
you're
issue
saying?
is that most of the bills that you people support actually kick the parent out of the equation. The parent has
can
no
you name
right
one?
to be in the
Can
room.
you name one?
Can I name one?
Yeah. Where are we doing that?
Dude, I'm not going to sit here and play the Google game.
That doesn't
with you
exist.
You don't
It doesn't
actually
exist.
follow the issue.
It does not exist.
There's a reason why conservative parents are going to town hall meetings and they're talking about these things.
You're just
and
making
even
that
though
up.
you don't want to acknowledge that they're happening and you're like, oh, no, that's completely impossible. It doesn't mean that it's not happening.
TikTok user,
You're
you've been
disingenuous, you don't know what
consistently.
you're talking about,
You've
and you
been
need to seek
consistent.
help.
No, I'm sorry. You can't just. All right, he ran. He was yelling the whole time. So the fact is that when it's convenient for him, he wants to talk about what's appropriate for children, talking about medicine. But when it's not, when the general consensus says that any doctor will tell you, any doctor who's in charge of this stuff and that would diagnose a child with gender dysphoria would tell you that there is a medical consensus on how to treat it. Okay? And it's not all treated the same. There's different levels. And he's also wrong about the fact that it is irreversible. That is completely dumb. That is nonsense. And for him to also say that children are doing this without their parents, it's also dumb and nonsense. You can't do that unless maybe you get emancipated. And then that's like, that applies to just about anything. And the only reason, again, they're upset about this is because they think it's icky.
Hello?
Hello?
I have a very short point to make.
Uh-huh.
So I see your sticker says Donald Trump sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, and I would further that he probably also swallows. That's
I doubt
Thank
it.
you.
I bet he's too pussy to swallow. But thank you. I don't even know what that sound was. Hold on, YouTube. I'm coming. I'm coming, YouTube. Kitsune, thank you for the 50. I don't even know what that currency is. The medical consensus that GAC doesn't change suicidality. Most said studies are unreplicatable and unreliable. Love to know where you saw that. Da, 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 da. Yellow. Oh,
Yo, hello.
hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Mostly immigration, probably.
Okay. All right. Do you think we should be sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process because they owe us $50 to $250 for crossing the border?
Are you talking about the MS-13 gang member that was sent to the El Salvador prison? Like, what are you talking about? What example are you talking about?
I'm talking about the 70% of the people that were also on the plane with him out of the 230 something people that had no crime in either country.
So they got sent to the El Salvador prison.
Yeah.
Did they cross the border illegally?
Yeah, that's a $50 to $250 fine.
Well, I think the crime should be up. I think that it's a pretty bad crime to go to a country illegally.
Why do you say that? What's the bad outcomes?
What do you mean? What's the bad outcomes? You're
So
crossing
like
a country. It's
so
like
like
breaking.
the punishment for schmurder is, you know, life in jail, yada yada yada, because you're obviously like taking someone's life. It's real bad. What's the bad outcome of like someone crossing the border illegally? That's so bad that we need to send them to prison for the rest of their life.
Taking economic opportunities away from Americans, and it's just breaking in. What's so wrong about me breaking into someone's house if I don't steal anything?
That's private
still
property.
bad.
It's not the same thing.
Okay, but it's still bad. And the majority of Americans, I can give you polls, but the majority of Americans want less immigration. So
Yeah, I know,
you're bringing
because they're confused about it. They've been they've been campaigned like spent hundreds of millions of dollars campaigning on this, and a lot of them just don't know anything. They don't know their own opinions on this.
Okay, so they shouldn't have a say because they don't know what they're talking about. That's stupid. If the majority of the people of a country decide something, shouldn't they have say over it? If the majority of Americans want less immigration, shouldn't they get the vote for that?
So my purpose of being on the internet and doing this is to spread awareness and educate people. And so most of the things that people assume about immigration are completely wrong, and most of them are just like straight up lies from the president. His campaign was mostly lies about these people. So yeah, I mean, like Hitler got elected the same thing. He said, "Oh, Jews are committing a higher rate of crime. They're ruining the economy. Yada yada yada." None of it was true. Same thing with migrants.
You're comparing Hitler to people wanting less immigration?
Yes, it's Trump used the same thing. In fact, he used some of the same sayings.
Same rhetoric?
Yeah.
First of all, no, that's batshit crazy that you're comparing Americans who live in the country that want less immigration to Hitler, and that's just such a
Okay, well,
stupid
acknowledge it and tell me why it's crazy.
because it's a completely different thing. I could say that,
How's it different?
you know, because I could say the same thing. Most people want Medicare. You know, just because most people want it, does it make it a good thing? You know, if most
Yeah.
people want to,
Tell me why it's so absurd for me to compare Trump to Hitler, and how Trump using Hitler's like campaign practices.
Trump killed 6 million people.
Hitler didn't kill 6 million people in his campaign. That was after.
Okay, but is Trump's president now? It's after Trump's campaign. Has he killed 6 million people? Has he done genocide? Like, what's your point?
It could take time. It could take time. I mean, I'm not saying you don't have to wait until somebody commits genocide to be against them, right?
I'm not saying that, but your argument is, oh, you know, Trump's like Hitler. You know, they had the same campaign, but Trump's been a president for like 5 years now.
Yeah.
Whereas
Well,
genocide, where has been any?
He's talking about sending American citizens to one of the worst prisons on earth. Sounds a little familiar, kind of like Auschwitz. talking about sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process. Sound familiar? Calling people vermin, saying they're poisoning the blood of our country, saying they have bad genetics. He said that. Saying multiple things that alluded to these people harming the housing market or the job market, when Trump has done more to do that than any of these people.
So how many people has he sent to the El Salvador prison? Is it 6 million? Is it how much?
How
And
many?
also,
How many is too? How many is too much?
I don't know. I'm not sure. And also, I mean, do you think that the president has right to give the grant amnesty?
Sure.
Biden gave 200,000 Haitians amnesty. So if the president's allowed to give amnesty, which is against Article 2, that the president's not allowed to have immigration policy, why is it so bad that Trump can deport people if both are against Article?
Because one gives you rights and the other one takes them away.
Okay, but both involve immigration policy. Both are against Article 2. And I would argue that bringing someone into the country is worse than taking someone out of the country.
I don't think so first of all, we're in population decline. We could use every person we could possibly get that's not a criminal. We also see Trump himself rolling back his ideas of deporting people who work on farms or work in the service industry, and guess what? It's because they contribute to our economy.
Just because they contribute, there's still a net loss on the tax burden, right?
It's not true.
I can give you a source.
I know you can,
Federation
and
for Immigration
there's no
Reform.
methodology. I can give you a critique of that source.
Okay. The fiscal burden of illegal immigration on United States taxpayers.
All right, I've read that, and I want you to read this now.
All right, can you give me the source? I have it on my computer.
Yeah, it's on Cato. It's on the Cato Institute. FAIR's fiscal burden of illegal immigration studies fatally flawed. This is a
First of all-
right-wing
First of all, that's
website.
in 2017. That's in 2017. I'm talking about my source is from 2023. So that's
Okay.
debunking something from 2016.
Okay.
So my source is a completely different timestamp.
Okay, so again, let's read what they're saying about this. Let's read what they're saying. How FAIR is using skewed numbers in this study, and we'll see if this applies to their newest study. Because I don't have very much confidence in these people. First of all, FAIR's is an anti-immigration institute. FAIR assumes that there were 12.5 million illegal immigrants, over a million more than the organization's estimate. FAIR is inconsistent as the number of illegal immigrants they report on 34. On page 34 is 12.6 million. Pew estimates that there are 11.3 million illegal immigrants. The Center for Migration Studies estimates that there are 11 million illegal immigrants. And the Center of Immigration Studies estimates there are 11.4, yada, yada, yada. And they're using the higher average to say that they add $11.6 billion more than they should have. FAIR's counts also they benefits the consumers by FAIR counts the benefits consumed by U.S.-born American citizen children. I mean, they do this exact same thing in this newer study. This means that FAIR also doesn't count the taxes paid by the U.S.-born citizen when they start working. Counting the benefits consumed but ignoring the tax revenue they pay, or will do so in the future, is one way FAIR gets such a negative result in this report. If FAIR counts the welfare consumed by the U.S.-born children of illegal immigrants, then it must also count the taxes that the cohort pays, but it does not. In this way, the FAIR report biases its results to increase the value of benefits received and diminish the value of taxes paid. Workers with higher education earn more money and pay more in tax dollars. Counting education entirely as a cost without any effort to actually measure the boosted tax revenue that should result from such a system counts only the fiscal costs. FAIR argues that those U.S. citizen children should be counted as illegal immigrants for their fiscal costs analysis because they would not be here without illegal immigrant parents. So they're counting legal migrants, or children born on U.S. soil. I'm sorry?
Children of the illegal migrants, right?
Yes.
They counted that. So shouldn't that also count as a tax burden if people are paying welfare for their children? Are you going to argue that it shouldn't?
No, because those people are U.S. citizens.
Okay, they're U.S. citizens, but they came from illegal parents,
I don't care.
and we're still paying welfare for them.
Yeah, but they're gonna grow up and for 80 years pay taxes.
Okay, but we're still paying welfare for them. And the majority, okay, and I have a question for you, right? Mexico, right? With white Americans, a lot of white Americans in Mexico City were buying property, right?
Uh-huh.
And it was overvaluing a lot of property costs. So Mexico limited that. They limited white Americans from buying land in Mexico City. Would you be for that?
I think their economy is different. And again, we're talking about something like 3% of our population. And what I would argue is people like Trump have a far more reaching effect on our real estate. So when Trump first came into office, he did a thing to what would they call he changed the Dodd-Frank Act. You know what the Dodd-Frank Act is?
No.
So in the '08 housing market crash, we did a lot of corrections in the system to prevent people from doing that again, from fucking up our real estate market. And Trump went and undid that. That was his first, because he's a real estate mogul, and he wanted that. And since we've seen single-family homes be purchased by, by investors. I just woke up. So they've gone from a 10% representation in the market to 20%. So what's more, 3%, very few of which are actually, in fact, it's like this right now. You like go try to purchase a home, and somebody who owns a business who buys all the houses, they're going to come and they're going to cash bid like $30,000 above asking. And that's increasing the housing market, not these people.
Well, my argument, I didn't even mention the housing market yet. That wasn't one of my arguments, what I said. But my biggest argument is that they're a tax burden. And even let's just say in this 2023 study, right? They say that immigration's a 150 billion net loss for American tax.
That's not what they say. They say it costs 150 billion. They paid 97. So if we're talking about things like 11.6 and 31 billion dollar discrepancies, we're starting to add up to where they're not.
No, in this 2023 study, you can go search it up, not 2016, 2023 study, it says that total fiscal cost of illegal immigration on U.S. taxpayers is 150 billion. And that
That's
includes
total cost, right?
No, that includes the 32 billion that they gave to the federal government, and they are a negative impact of 182. So they minus that 180 to that 32 to get somewhere around 150.
I've never heard. In fact, the House Budget Committee also says it's just 150. I think this is fatally flawed, just like their last study. And again, these people are far-right activists that are against immigration, regardless.
Okay, so let's just say that it's 150, right? And let's just say they bring in 30 billion, right?
They bring in 97.
Well, this says 32.
Okay, but we can see that you're looking at just federal, but local and state taxes is different. So when they go buy a piece of bread, they pay sales tax. When they pay rent, that rent money goes to pay property tax.
Do local governments also help with their housing and education?
Yes, that's all they do.
So it probably counteracts, right?
Right. They pay for their own education just like anybody else. There's nothing that about their migration status that stops them from paying local and state government that pays entirely for everybody's like state and local taxes.
But you do know that they're probably still a tax burden on local and state taxes, right?
How are they more? They have no tax reductions, and people who are here legally do. So it's literally impossible. So if anybody residing in a city, tell me how they are able to pay more taxes and take less as a legal citizen. What is the nature of a legal citizen that does that?
Who rented out the Roosevelt Hotel in New York?
Legal. Oh, so that's a state burden, and that's on legal asylum seekers, right?
There wasn't a state burden. The federal government gave funds to states to help house legal immigrants. You can go search that up. Well, so it's not only just a state burden; it's also a federal burden.
Okay, and it's legal asylum seekers, right?
Are they abusing the system? You think that?
That's another topic, right? That's another topic. If you want to make sure that nobody's abusing the system, we're gonna have to like find more judges to adjudicate these claims in 6 months rather than 6 years, like we tried to do last year, and Trump told us not to.
Okay, but people lie. Why don't we just close the border, have stop crossings, instead of bringing in these people
Because
into the country?
you're causing harm. First of all, you're causing harm to people who do deserve asylum when you just close the border completely. So people who are coming here because they're in threat of their lives, and just like 1930s, 1940s Germany, if say Jewish people were coming over the border and some other people were lying, would you kick them all out because some people were lying?
No, but this isn't. They're not going through a genocide. It's not like in
They
Honduras.
absolutely are being killed.
government's killing- Are they getting killed by the cartel and crime? Or are they getting killed by a genocidal government?
Does it matter?
Absolutely, it matters.
Why does that matter?
Because it's the government versus local crime, or it's completely different.
Okay, but they're still fucking dying, right?
You're talking about a genocidal government versus cartels. It's a completely
I don't
different.
care. You still die. It's all the same in the end, right? You die.
In the majority, I would say probably 90% plus of these asylum seekers are economic migrants.
That's not
These
true.
are not 100%.
That's not true. 30%. You have to be in threat of your life. You have to reasonable threat. You have to be in threat of your life. You have to meet a reasonable threat threshold to even come in. That's not true.
How can they prove that they're under threat?
I
How do
don't
you
know.
prove it?
Thank God we even trust them to the smallest degree, because some of them are actually being fucking killed, bro.
And I feel for them, and I hope that instead of bringing them to the country, we can help fix their governments with funding.
Well, that's what Kamala was doing. But Trump did things like coup governments and caused them to all come over here, and then gave them federal protection status.
Every government's done coup governments. In 2014, Obama couped the Ukrainian government.
Okay.
Are we going to talk about
yeah,
that?
but that was good.
Oh, wait, but that was a good coup, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a good coup.
Yeah, they were controlled by Russia. Yeah.
Okay, but the CIA still overthrew a government.
Yeah, thank God.
So you think that it's good for the U.S. to overthrow governments?
Yeah, I mean, you guys fucking. I mean, we did it in Afghanistan. We did it in Iraq. Yeah.
So do you support El Salvador's president?
No.
Even though he's basically brought crime to almost 0%.
Yeah, it's horrible. He is a criminal.
And obviously there is some, innocent people that are involved, but still he solved the root problem. Isn't that a good thing?
Do you know that, like, imagine if let's say we wanted to end all shoplifting, and if you were ever caught shoplifting, your mother, your father, prison labor for the rest of their lives, your generational, like your children, their children, and their children would also be in prison for the rest of their lives. We would have no shoplifting. Would you be for that?
All right, but were they shoplifting in El Salvador, or were they murderous drug gangs?
Okay, right. We don't have that here. We don't have that.
Okay. So it's a completely different example. If people were
cruel and unusual punishment is horrible, and for you guys to glaze a dictator, it just shows how primed y'all are for authoritarianism, and for Trump to take Bukele's playbook and say, hey, how do you do that? How do you stay in power? And we find out that Bukele is like using wartime law and invasion law to invoke certain things so that he can't be voted out. They can't even hold elections, and that he's paying members of the T groups in his home country to continue and perpetuate crime so he can stay doing this. Gee, I don't know. I gotta say, he's a bad guy.
Obviously he's done some bad things, but overall I think he's a net positive for the country. Would you argue that?
No, fuck no.
Bro,
Absolutely not. If you can't hold your government accountable, say, hey, we don't want this guy anymore. We're ready to move on. But he goes, no, I'm here forever.
The majority of people support him. The majority of
I don't care. Okay, sure. You know what? A lot of people supported Hitler. Does that make it right?
Hitler didn't win the popular vote, by the way. He didn't win the majority. He came in second place.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of dictators. There's a lot of horrible leaders that got voted into power, right?
And they still have elections in El Salvador, right?
Well, they haven't in a while.
They haven't, but they still do, though. And
they haven't in a while. Not since Bukele.
You're comparing Bukele to Hitler.
No, I'm testing your logic. Because you're saying, oh, if the majority of people like this person, he can't be bad. He's got to be all good.
No, I never said that. But the majority of people do support him, and I think that El Salvador was the murderous capital of the world. It had the most capital murders, and obviously, I think murder is one of the worst things to do. It's not like shoplifting. So if he had to be, a little cruel and a little tough to stop the root cause of the problem, absolutely. It's the same
Someone
thing as
said the
like,
majority did not vote him in either.
I highly doubt that. Look at his approval numbers.
Dude, you guys are so obsessed with approval numbers. It's so weird. We could also
80%
speculate.
80% of the vote. Oh my god. But overall, I do think that if we do live in a democracy, you guys might not agree with it, but if the majority of the people support it, obviously if it's, genocidal or,
2 years ago, you guys were calling that mob rule. 2 years ago, you guys were crying that we live in a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
who's we? I
The
didn't say that.
entire right. You guys hated the word democracy. You guys were so propagandized to think that was bad. Now it's the best thing ever. That if the popular vote wins, you guys can do whatever you want now.
I do think that it is important that we do have electoral college for federal elections.
For DEI causes?
It's not DEI. It's
It
completely
certainly
different.
is. You're giving people equity, like an equitable vote in places where they're like underrepresented.
It's completely different than DEI. You're not giving the person a job. You're giving them
You're giving them a
more.
say.
Yeah, you can't let
You're
New York-
weighing their vote more. Why? Why are we weighing their vote more? Like if you're in a like unpopulated state or county, why are we giving them like? Why did we give their vote the same weight?
You can't have cities rule the whole state.
Well,
And
that's where
people-
all the people live. That's what it's not. It's not a city. The buildings aren't ruling anything. It's just the people.
Yeah, but the people can be persuaded. They can be. Would you like one state, one state ruling it all? You think California should just determine the election every year? No, you need.
If they're paying all our bills, then yeah, probably.
And we live in a republic. Each state has a vote. Each state matters. Do you agree with the Senate? Do you think that we should have 2 senators, or do you think that it should be like the House?
I think that's well, I think it should be more like the House in some states. Like I don't think a state that has 500,000 people should have the same say that like California has with 40 million people.
Each state is different. And we don't live in like just one big country. The states are separate. They have.
So you want to give people who are diverse with diverse backgrounds an equal say?
When did I say I wouldn't? But I'm against.
You're against
DEI.
DEI? Yeah.
That's DEI is giving. You left, but DEI is giving a position from someone else. You should have the most qualified person in that position, right? Shouldn't you have the most qualified person in the position? Why are you going to take someone else's right away?
Because I feel like, just like you argue, I feel like those people can easily be tricked too. I feel like if you think a majority of people who are constantly bouncing their ideas off of other people and they're constantly given more experiences, seeing different types of people, different types of lifestyles, versus somebody who lives in a bubble, who lives on a farm, who might be just like watching like Fox News all day, they are much more easily indoctrinated or fooled into thinking something that might not be true. They might be able to say the N-word or be racist or say bigoted things to their friend at the tire shop. But when you bring that to the city, a lot of people, hey, that's not a good idea because that doesn't work with like the rest of society. The rest of society doesn't function well when you do those things. So that's why I think it's a bad idea to give those people a more weighted opinion.
Okay, but in like state elections, right? And I'll just make this point. In state elections, they don't use electoral college. They don't use counties. Let's just say in New York City County gets 30 electoral votes, and then Syracuse gets 2 electoral votes. They don't do that. They do it for states. They do it based on popular vote. States are different than each state is drastically different than, Florida is drastically different than North Dakota. North Dakota is drastically different than California.
Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
all of these states that you say are drastically different. The other thing is that they can't even pay their own bills. So if it's been years and years and years since most of these red states can even pay their own bills, and they hate on California all the time, who pays their own bills, by the way, and then they pay the bills of many other states. Maybe they should follow California's lead and say, hey, maybe we'll try what you can do, or what you guys do. We'll try the same tax system. We'll try social safety nets. Maybe people start flocking to our state and start making us an economic power.
There's an exodus in California, actually. And
It's not
I have
true.
a question. There is an exodus in California.
That's not true.
I actually have a question for. Yeah, more people are leaving California, moving to Florida and Texas.
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. Did you know that there's more people per capita leaving Florida to California than California to Florida?
Well, it's just not. It's also New York. More people are moving to New York.
So it's not even true if you're going to use. If
so-
Florida is your champion and more people moving from Florida to California, that's an automatic win.
Well, there's also other examples. More people are moving to Florida from New York than vice versa. And also, after the 2028 census, even if the Democrats win all the blue states, they're not going to be able to win the Electoral College because of census. More people are moving to Republican states. And I do have a question for you. Since COVID, which 2 states have the highest growth?
I don't know. Texas, California.
Yeah. No. Texas and Florida.
I'm sorry, Florida.
And so should Democrat states, a lot of Democrat states, New York has a low GDP per growth. California has a low GDP per growth. I'm trying to think of other.
I would still say
Illinois.
I want to wait and see what happens with these property taxes now that Trump did away with with the Department of Education. We're going to see property taxes explode in some of these states who, for instance, Texas, they required 20% of their school funding to come from the federal government. Now it's going to be 0. So they're going to have to raise property taxes, and I'm going to guess, just going to guess a little bit, that they might have to figure out somewhere else to go.
Slower GDP growth, you mean?
I'm sorry?
Slower GDP growth, but also Texas has less regulation. Florida has less regulation too than California. A lot of people argue that California is overly regulated, over taxation. And I don't think that even though Texas just might have to raise more property tax, I don't think it's going to be more tax than California.
It actually, they're pretty much neck and neck, bro. Like, you guys are having huge misinterpretation. The thing that really fucked that up for a while was Trump removing SALT deductions from our taxes. So state and local taxes, if you paid a state tax in Florida or in California, that went against your federal tax liability, and he took that away. So he completely fucked up, and that's why a lot of people maybe moved to Texas, that they don't have a state tax.
Yeah, I think that most people are moving because of taxes, but also more economic opportunities. I think, Texas is an innovation hub right now, and it's taking all of Silicon Valley's talent. And that is partly due to the
I got a
state.
feeling they might also turn blue eventually, too, if a lot of people living in cities like Austin and Dallas, they usually vote blue.
What's going to happen when it turns blue? They're going to get overtaxated. Economic growth's going to stall, and then there's going to be a new red state. Absolutely, it's true. Same New York
doesn't really happen.
It does happen. Cities overtaxate. They allow homeless people. I mean, I live in New York City. I see it all the time. The overtaxation, leisurely on crime, and it devalues growth. And also, people are saying that Florida's turning purple. Florida's the most red it's ever been. I think Trump won Miami-Dade County. So Florida's not a swing state right now. You could argue that Texas might be a swing state, but I still think they're a decade or 2 away from actually being competitive.
What's up, Pickles? It will never cease to amaze me how you guys will continue to dog the 4th largest economy in the world. Like, that's why some of the taxes are very high. But it's also why they have so much more social safety nets compared to the red states that you're referencing. And yes, over the course of the last few years, with prices going up everywhere, people have been looking for relief, which is typically going to be in the red states. That doesn't change the fact that many of them, via roommates, via getting different jobs, multiple jobs, so on and so forth, would stay exactly where they're at because they prefer it. Particularly the blue states where certain groups have more rights than the ones in red states.
Okay, and I do have a question for you guys. When did California turn reliably blue? Do you guys know that, or it's a legitimate question? Do you guys
I
know?
wouldn't be able to answer that. Maybe within the last 20 years, at least.
1990-ish, 1997.
Let's just say 2000, right? Reliably blue. Before 2000, California was still the biggest economy in the United States. I think it surpassed New York in the 80s. I'm not wrong. I might be wrong. I need to fact check that. But California was still the biggest state. So to just say that, oh well, California is the biggest state because it's blue is just a complete lie. It's not. It's not because it's blue. It's partly because of geography reasons and partly because of population reasons why California is the biggest economy. It's not just because it's not been blue for the past 60 years.
The problem is with states with large populations and cities with large populations, they vote for social safety nets, and Republicans do not give those things to people. So I always use this analogy. More people stay planted and economies grow and tend to stop stagnating when you start doing like things to do retention in those cities. So think of Walmart versus a mom and pop shop. A mom and pop shop does not offer any sort of health benefits or retirement or 401k. So somebody comes to work there and some other place offers them opportunity, they're going to go, yeah, fuck it, I have nothing to lose, I'm going to quit. But if you work at Walmart and you're there for a couple of years, you have all of your health benefits, you have the best health benefits, and you don't want to leave because your child will lose health benefits, yada, yada, yada. Who's going to have more retention, Walmart or mom and pop shop? It's going to be Walmart. And that's why blue cities tend to flourish and red states are just high and dry. All they can offer people, because they've pigeonholed themselves in such horrible policy, they've damned everything that Democrats do, call it communist and socialist, so they can't offer you guys things that are nice, that take your tax dollars and do something nice for you. They think that we should give it all back to the rich people.
And I do agree that there should be more social services for Americans. And I think that you should actually be putting American citizens first. That's why I'm so against immigration numbers the way they are right now. I think
But you guys don't do anything for American citizens. You guys, like, Trump is pulling tax, like pulling welfare, pulling food stamps away from Medicare. He's pulling all these things away from Americans. So you guys don't do that either.
I do think that welfare is abused, and I think that they do need.
Can you prove that?
More. I mean, it's a cultural thing. I see all the time people.
No matter what we do with welfare, you guys will always say it's abused, right?
I'm sorry, did you just say that welfare abuse is a cultural thing?
I think, yeah, a lot of people abuse welfare.
What is it? What does that mean, cultural?
That people just they have people become single mothers. They don't think about it like that. They just take it from government.
What culture is that?
Every culture. So DEI affects white women the most. It's not a race thing. Don't make it a race thing.
No one made anything a race thing. I just asked questions.
You're saying what culture? And
yeah, because I'm asking questions to clarify. You mentioned culture.
Yeah, I do think that there is a cultural issue with people abusing the welfare system.
Can you point towards like a study that shows this, or like where Republicans finally got it right, where nobody's abusing it?
I don't know how it's going to be done, but
so you can just be pulled around by your nose by Republicans saying, "Look at all these people; they're always abusing the welfare system," and get you guys all riled up.
You don't think the welfare system's abused at all?
I think that we pay 1.6% of our taxes that go to do things like welfare programs, and I could give a flying fuck. I'll pay even more. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, that's I don't
Even
understand the
with the
point that you guys think you're making when you talk about that abuse. In every single system, there's always going to be people who are getting a little bit more than they should. The problem is Republicans don't advocate for things like Doge to actually go in and investigate that fraud so we can give more money to people who need it. Instead, they go, let's just cut it.
Okay, but the only way to actually and I don't think that Trump's going to lower the deficit, by the way, but the only way to actually lower the deficit is by going after entitlements.
No.
Yeah. Or the
The
military,
percentage of money we
or
would
the
save by
Pentagon.
finding the fraud that you're talking about is minuscule compared to things that we can really save if we look into the DoD.
Well, the government, Democrat or Republican, isn't cutting the Pentagon budget. That's not going to happen.
Democrats
So,
did it during Clinton
okay, during Clinton.
and
What about
Obama.
Biden? What about Biden? Biden had the most.
Oh,
Biden was
well,
extremely centrist, so we could just push for better.
yeah. Trump dumped I think it was like 2.2 trillion into the military, even though we spend $1 trillion a year already. Dumped 2.2 trillion extra.
Do you honestly believe that Harris would have did major cuts on the military government?
I just don't think she would be insanely careless and give rich people a bunch of free money back and say, hey, you better make the economy good. Don't you dare do stock buybacks. Don't you dare just buy all the houses.
But one of your arguments is that illegal immigrants help the economy. That was one of your arguments earlier. And are they helping the average American, or are they helping Walmart get more profit?
The average American.
No, they're not, because they're still a tax burden. So they're a
That's not
tax
true.
burden. They are a tax burden.
You keep saying that. Where is that coming from?
He's citing a study from FAIRS, which is like a far-right anti-immigration website.
I heard him talk about the 150 billion that was paid into them. So the study that Pickles references, which is about 100 billion that they paid in taxes in 2022, that number I imagine only has increased afterwards, but I'll have to find that study.
Okay,
And then the problem with what you're referencing there is that it will equate certain things like certain state taxes like California and New York, which are sanctuary cities, which have their own problems with balancing their budgets, and trying to blanket the rest of the country with those burdens. That's just not fair, because Texas obviously treats immigrants infinitely differently than New York and California.
Okay, but even if you look at other sources, every source says they're a tax burden. People argue about how
There's
No,
only
they
one
don't.
other source. There's only one other source, and it's the House Budget Committee, and it's like some politician who wrote it.
They say that illegal immigrants give more money to the federal government than take away.
Yeah, like, can you tell me how they take money?
Well, they take money from the local level. They take money from housing.
Skylar Strong super chatted $9.99. White House said Trump's gonna make decision in about 2 weeks on Iran. Iran has a hit on Trump. Also, Russia and Ukraine may have ceased fire.
Ooh,
Hopefully,
I'll look into that.
thank you, Skyla.
Hopefully they cease fire. And I don't want to go to war with Iran.
By the way, chat, if you guys want to pop in and do something like that last donation did, if you go to YouTube and make a donation, $10 or more, it will text to speech to me and my my panel.
Okay, but their tax budget for education, they don't. We people pay for their education. People
It's not
also
true.
pay for their medical stuff.
You're going to have to tell me how a
Housing?
a migrant pays different taxes than a normal citizen in a way that that pays for their schooling, because those are state and local taxes. You have no option but to pay state and local taxes as a migrant. No one checks your immigration status when you're paying sales tax or when you're paying property tax.
Okay, but is a lot of their work under the table? A lot of these companies, they don't pay them federal checks. They pay them through cash.
So both
So
if they pay through cash, that's even better, right? So if you're a business owner and you withdraw $1,000 to pay somebody under the table, you're paying 30% tax on that. If you get them to use an ITIN, then they're liable for their own taxes and they pay their own taxes.
No, but they're not paying. They're not paying money when it comes to the federal checks. They're not paying that.
I just told you
And-
that's the same thing.
Okay,
They
you're
pay
saying-
even more if it's under the table. That person that pulls out money from an ATM, they're paying even more than they should.
But it's not a person. It's large corporations.
Okay,
hiring
same
these
thing.
people.
So large corporations, tell me how they would go about paying someone under the table. Tell me what's like the check writing process or what's the cash process?
They're not pulling out of ATM.
Okay, what are they doing?
They're just paying them illegally through.
Okay,
I
with
don't
a
know.
check.
I guess their profit margin. I don't know exactly where they would get the money from, but
Yeah.
sales value they
Okay.
would get the money from.
There's only if you're a large corporation, you have an accountant, and you have a tax accountant, you have bookkeepers, and what they have to do is they say where this money went. So they're either lying and they're paying full taxes and they're considering it an income for the owner or somebody else, which is fully tax liable, or they're paying in a check with that person's name on it and they're handing them a 1099 and say you pay your taxes. And in order to get a 1099, they have an ITIN, and that's how we check how these people are paying federal taxes. No large corporation is writing checks and saying this is not for somebody's income. You can't do that. There's no way out.
W. Pickles Bass, you may be unaware of this. Back in April, immigration officials went to the IRS and made a deal with them to get documents to find undocumented migrants for ICE to deport. That's how we know how much are here for the most part. Also, in regards to the Ukraine-Russia thing, not quite what he said. It is Putin stating that he is willing to meet Vladimir Zelensky, but only for a final phase of talks. So he's only going to do it if this last conversation would be finally putting an end to the conflict, which we know what that looks like to Putin. So this really isn't anything, but carry on.
Okay, but even let's just say that is true. I think it's a lot of it is under the table, but let's just say that they give them checks, right, with their name on it. Even with that federal check, and first of all, they don't really own property. A lot of them's in housing. So even with rent and federal checks, they still are a tax.
I don't know what a federal check is, and if you pay rent, the person who owns that property pays the property tax with your rent.
But there's even with rent money, even with getting tax on their checks, there's still a tax burden.
Okay, everybody is the same. I pay rent and I also pay sales tax. Am I a tax burden?
No.
Why not?
You don't.
What's the difference between me and a legal migrant? An illegal or
you don't take as many government services.
How? Okay, what government services do an undocumented migrant take that I do?
New York in 2024 gave $5 billion for food assistance and emergency shelter.
Okay, so you're
To asylum
nitpicking at
seekers.
one state. On a federal scale across the entire country, they are not what you're saying.
Okay, but
One state's issue with balancing their budget is not a insult on the entire demographic of undocumented
the
migrants here.
federal government gives these states to help pay for illegal migrants.
No,
You're talking about asylum seekers.
Yes.
Those are
That's
legal.
legal.
That's the legal process.
No, they're abusing the system. They're economic.
But it's
migrants.
legal. It's the legal process,
It's a
right?
legal process, but doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it right.
They get a working permit in 180 days, and it literally, like, you can morally disagree with it, but you guys are like, oh, I'm all for the legal process, and then when you see them doing that, you're like, I don't like that either. And same thing with Trump is undoing people's legal status to kick them out too.
Yeah,
What?
because federal judges are incompetent, people are incompetent, states are incompetent.
Are they really incompetent considering that 80 to 90% of them get turned away? 80 to 90% of their asylum requests fail? That doesn't sound incompetent to me. It sounds like they're doing their job quite effectively.
Why are they getting deported? Because they don't leave. They stay here. They don't listen to the judge's rules and they stay. That's why they're
Says
getting
who?
deported.
Says who?
Why are they getting deported?
Most of them that have lawyers show up to their immigration hearings.
They show up to the immigration hearing, but what's self-deportation numbers right now? Are they self-deporting? No, they're not. That's why ICE raids are happening right now.
Dude, you guys have no idea. Biden did far more deportations than Trump did.
Okay, but it's the first
So
one.
this is not really an indicator of anything. Trump is trying to dig far and wide to find people to deport. He can't even find them.
Okay, but what's the border crossing numbers under
Yeah,
Trump and under Biden?
The
right
reason the border numbers are low is because he's sending people to prison with no due process for the rest of their lives.
I mean, I'll give you some props, Bass. I do think Trump's fear-mongering tactic has played a role in people not crossing over as much, but it's pretty small. Not to mention the numbers that you often cite, of the decreases in the border crossings or encounters that we were catching started under the Biden administration. We saw a 60% reduction at least by September, October, and then Trump just carried on those numbers. That specifically started with Proclamation 10773 under the Biden administration.
First of all, it was an election. It was an election thing. That's why
I don't know what that has to do with the fact that
They
Biden
allowed
still
10
got the
million.
numbers down, but okay.
They allowed 10 million people through Biden's administration to
That's
cross
not
the
true.
border.
That's a misunderstanding.
And then when it was September and October, a month before the election, they said, you know what, let's make some border crossings.
You
It was
guys have been
before
so
that.
highly propagandized that you don't really understand what those numbers mean. And I don't blame
those are
you.
people crossing the border.
Yeah, exactly. When can we stop somebody before or after they cross the border?
When can we stop them?
Yeah.
After they cross the border.
There you go. So every single one of those people who were apprehended, they first illegally crossed.
Yeah.
So out of those 10 million people, who do we kick out immediately? How many?
I don't know the exact number.
It's 50%.
That's still 5 million. That's still
Right. So we can't change our laws because a huge amount of people are coming in. We can't be like, okay, fuck, this is a lot of people. Everybody with red shirts can't come in now. We can't do that.
Why don't you just close the border? Why don't
You can't
allow
do that as a
zero
president. We try to pass a law to be able to do that.
The president should. If the president's allowed to get grant amnesty, they should be allowed to
Okay,
stop.
but
from
he
coming into
can't.
the country.
It was literally in the bill they tried to pass that Trump stopped. We were trying to get it to where after a certain amount of encounters, we could have closed the border. Trump didn't allow us to pass it because he's running on that. Because it's an election year.
But Biden couldn't give DACA people, I forgot what they're called, DACA recipients. He couldn't give them deportation relief and workers permits, and he still did. And were you screaming against that?
No, I love that these people can work and pay taxes. Great.
There's still a tax burden. They still came here illegally.
No, can we talk about the fact
majority-
that the about 10 or 11 million people coming here that you're referencing isn't even people that stayed in the country? It's literally just encounters. Do you know what an encounter is?
I know what they crossed the border and ICE officers met them.
No,
So
not
probably
ICE.
more-
No, that's
Oh no, border
No.
control. Border control meant them. Sorry, border control meant them, and they had an encounter. And I don't even know if I believe the 50% number. I would like a source for that, but 50% of them
Here you
got
go.
sent. Even if it was 50%,
It was more. Trump, Biden scrutinized people more than Trump.
Biden was tougher on illegal immigrants more than Trump.
Yes. So Biden had a 50% removal rate. Trump 47.
Okay, but what about his administration now? And also that was 2019.
There's I don't know. The numbers are so low. I don't know what it would look like.
Yeah, not to mention encounters include through ports of entry or not ports of entry. Encounters include legal and illegal immigrants. This could even go over American citizens going back and forth across the border. That's why referencing encounters to say that's or undocumented migrants who are here is incorrect. And you can also have multiple encounters by the same person. So it would be irrational to then make the argument that it's numerous or that number of undocumented migrants, 10 million, are here. That is a falsehood.
I'm not saying 10 million are here. I'm saying 10 million people across the border illegally. I
No.
never said 10 million people moved.
No, they didn't. But that's still incorrect because encounters does not equate to illegal crossings. So you're
So,
still incorrect. in that number.
People see that 10 million number. They think they came all the way in. All those 10 million people here to stay. That's where Trump propagandized you. He conned you. He tricked you. He hoodwinked you. He told you all 10 million people are here.
I never said 10 million people stayed. I said
You just
10 million
did.
people crossed the border illegally.
Okay, what does that
You're-
allude to?
that's
You think
wrong.
they all came over, right?
They all came over the border illegally. I'm not saying everyone got to stay in the country, but
Oh my God.
it should have been closed.
Crossing the border illegally means one toe went over the line.
Yep.
That's what you're
still-
saying. So we instead of saying that, we can say border crossing.
Yeah, that's a
You're-
crime.
You're
Crossing-
still wrong. The 10 million that you're talking about are encounters, not people who cross the border illegally. Encounters could include legal crossings. They could include ports of entry or non-ports of entry. It can include American citizens who cross the border daily for work. So that number you
No.
cited is incorrect.
It's not U.S. citizens because more people.
It literally is. That is what an encounter
It's
can
migrant
encompass.
encounters. It's 10 million migrant encounters. If they were counting U.S. citizens, more U.S. citizens travel between the U.S. and Mexico. More than 10 million people do that per year. You do know that, right? So if they were counting U.S. citizens, that number would make 0 sense. They're not
The
counting.
definition of an encounter is broad and can include U.S.
Okay, but that
citizens.
10
It wouldn't
million
specifically
number.
count every single person traveling back and forth to
Encounters,
work
yeah.
every day.
And
But-
encounters means encounter usually means literally arrest. Like CBP stops you. It says, hey, who are you?
Yeah, but I guarantee you, maybe 1% of that is U.S. citizens, but almost all of those encounters were illegal immigrants.
No.
Okay, and it's a good thing that Biden had such good handle on the border that 10 million people were stopped and asked questions.
People probably, how many people you think got through?
So
many people.
you're talking about
How many people you think got through?
so do you think that like they snuck by and were like, hey, I'm an illegal migrant, can I come through? And they said yes. You think that happened?
No, they just, border officers didn't catch them. That's what I think happened.
You're talking about gotaways, bro.
Yes,
You're talking about gotaways. Gotaways is 1.5 million, and that's an estimate. They look at things like footprints, and they say that's a gotaway.
1.5 million because Biden didn't fund the border enough.
We're a country of
One of the first things that
Presidents
Biden
can't
did in
fund borders. Presidents can't do that unilaterally.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't.
One of the first things Biden did with his executive powers was get rid of some of Trump's COVID
Yeah, they were horrible.
COVID laws that closed the border.
They didn't
Presidents are
close the
allowed
border.
emergency
You're
action.
talking about things like Remain in Mexico, and this was horrible because it only affected 70,000 people, and then out of those 70,000 people, there were like 5,200 people who were victims of like rape or sex crimes or trafficking or kidnapping. These were horrible numbers. Just think of a tent city outside of our gates where the cartel just starts to come and fuck with you because you know you're vulnerable people with no money living in the fucking heat. Like it was such a dumb idea. And the other thing that was a problem was Title 42. Title 42 was the like emergency state that we enacted because of COVID. And what that did was if you were a migrant and you tried to cross the border, the first time you were caught, you were able to be charged with 8 USC 1325, entry without inspection, which is like a $50 fine. That's the fine for coming over without checking with Border Patrol. So if you were caught a second time, you couldn't get any charges. You were kicked right out. So it was a revolving door. So during Trump, he enabled a thing where people could try as many times as they want in one day, until they got in.
Okay.
Not to mention,
was
Remain in
about-
Mexico spearheaded the missing children talking point the Republicans like to put on Biden with the crazy numbers of 300,000. That's incorrect, but all of that started under Title VIII with many of the children being separated and then completely lost by the incompetence of these Border Patrol agents.
Okay, but you said that the president can't control border policies. Yes, they can. You just
They
named
can't
all the-
fund the border. Can the executive branch take something and just give them money?
Okay, but who's paying the border guards then? I mean, under the executive order guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion, who's paying for that?
Okay, this is what Trump is doing. Trump is using wartime and invasion laws to circumvent some of these things. He's literally testing the bounds of democracy every day with his insane legal practices.
That still involves federal funding, does it not? And
Okay,
also,
yes, but like Biden can't go,
who
I
wrote
want to
the
give
bill?
Biden can't go, I want to give $100 million to the border. Here's a check. He can't do that.
He can't. I'm not saying Trump's doing that, but Trump's using executive action to bypass that. To bypass all.
There's no executive action that Trump has passed that has allocated funding to Border Patrol agents.
Guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion. Who's paying for that?
Nobody's invading
That's the
anything.
department.
There was no
Again, that's a
invasion.
directive.
That's the executive action.
That's using current Border Patrol agents to go down to the border, do whatever the hell that they do. Again, that's not additional funding being allocated. That's not being approved by Congress. And federal judges have been blocking many of the ones he's passed. So they're not policy, they're not law. That's the
Okay, but
problem.
who also wrote the bill right now, the big beautiful bill that allocates border funding? Trump
Okay,
did.
that is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do it through Congress, and that's what we tried to do. And Trump called all of his buddies in Congress that don't pass that bill. That's what
my-
happened.
Please don't tell me you're talking about the bipartisan bill that was
The James
fucking
Langford bill, yes.
Oh my God, that bill was terrible.
Best,
Okay,
best,
what
best,
was bad
best.
about it?
Like mass amnesty for everyone.
Where?
Where did you
What
see that?
portion? Please tell me.
It granted amnesty.
No, it did not. Says
Afghan,
who?
Yes, it did. For Afghan residents,
He's talking about the Citizen Act of 2021. He's not talking about S4361.
And also, what number were they allowed to close the border at? They couldn't close the border until
I
crossing.
think it was like
were at
5,000 weekly rolling average daily.
It was weekly 5,000 weekly average, and they weren't allowed to close it till 8,000. So our country's getting invaded at 5,000, but we have to wait
Okay.
for 3,000 more
Okay,
No.
you guys, we were at 10,000 a day. The max, the number we could close the border before then was infinity.
As
Right,
first,
right now, Trump has the lowest border crossing.
Yeah, it's not closed
in a
though.
while.
It's not closed. He didn't change anything at the border.
my guy, you don't get to complain about border crossings when we had a bill that actually set a cap. Donald Trump's, none of his executive orders or any of the bills that Republicans or any of the bills Republicans have passed would have actually set a cap on it. And that 5,000 number that you're referencing, that isn't letting 5,000 migrants come in and stay, and then we shut things down. That is simply processing them. That is simply the amount of people that we could have encountered.
Yeah.
Asylum. That's all that is.
Yes, but why do we have to wait 3,000 more people to close the border?
Because
that bill didn't address it. We had to wait for a cap number. That bill
dude,
didn't.
you guys are sacrificing progress for perfection. If you guys wanted the numbers to go down, that would have allowed us to do that, bro.
Why don't we instead rewrite the bill and make it so we can close the border?
The bill
Because that's
doesn't need
fucking
to be
horrible.
rewritten.
Closing the border just because you feel like it is a little bit more power than we want anybody to have.
Yeah, I think the president should be able to. If Biden's allowed to give 200,000 Haitians amnesty, I think that the president can.
You can't even tell me. You can't even tell. It's not even amnesty. You're talking about temporary protective status, dude.
Temporary protection. If Biden's allowed to do that, then I think that the president.
What is wrong with that? They came in and they fucking helped our economy. There's literally the Springfield economy of Ohio literally was revived because of these people.
There are towns in Georgia the same way. The migrants came, and then now because of them, their economy is doing well when it was at a freaking plateau or straight negative. This is common across many red states specifically. What is the issue that you have with temporary protected status, which is legal, by the way, to people who are fleeing persecution of all sorts?
BRB.
Okay. They're negative tax burdens.
You keep citing this, and you keep saying incorrect number.
I give you the source, and you just say, "Oh."
No. I saw the source that you provided earlier, the 150 million. Again, this is a far right source. It did not encompass the accurate estimations, particularly from blue states or sanctuary cities, and it mixes that in with the rest of the federal government. Like it wasn't accurate at all. Not to mention, it did not fully encompass the tax benefit that we had via ITIN numbers and how them being more populated on the census, which Donald Trump passed an executive order to stop, actually allocated more funding for American citizens to their respective states.
Can you give me a source that they're not tax burdens, please? Give me a source that shows that they bring in more federal
revenue. On the entire country, yes, that's easy. On an individual state, no, I cannot cite that because that's up to the state and their budgeting.
There are negative tax burden in New York. There are negative tax burden in California.
Okay, so again, there's a separate conversation about the state properly allocating those funds and making sure that they're not being strained compared to the rest of the country.
And they're negative.
And a lot of the benefits that you're referencing that they get are only in those individual states because those individual states relies on migrants. That's not on the entire federal government.
Did the federal government, yes or no, give money to states to help them deal with the illegal?
You're talking about asylum seekers. You keep conflating asylum seekers with illegal migrants, and that's the only case you have.
Because they're obviously abusing the asylum system.
But they're illegal, right? Every single one of those asylum seekers are here legally?
Not every single one.
Every single one of them are here legally until they're adjudicated, right?
Yeah, but okay. I think that's
so you can't even talk about that.
I think the asylum system needs to be changed then.
Then you need to do that. You need to change the law, but it's been that way since 1952, and you can't just start crying about it now because you disagree with
the big beautiful bill changes the asylum laws. S4361, whatever.
That bill was the $8,000 cap is just. I mean, not $8,000, but $8,000.
You prefer to keep 15,000 a day. I get it.
No. It was 5,000 a week.
Hey, Bass, remember when we went over the fact that you didn't understand what an encounter was? It was a 5,000 average at a maximum, depending on circumstances, 8,000 encounters. Again, encounters not only can include legal migrants, but they also do not state that there are people who are allowed to come here and sit here maximum a week, which means we did not look at 8,000 undocumented migrants and go, you're safe. Anything above this number is too much. That's not how encounters work. And considering that the majority of them are caught and turned away, you can actually slash that number in half. There are other factors we take into play to where we can cut that number down even more. So I don't know what you've been listening to, but they've been lying to you. You should actually read the bills that you're talking about.
I know what an encounter is different than just bringing them to the country.
Then you wouldn't have falsely misrepresented it the way you did.
But Biden still allowed half of them in. Even 2,500.
What is he supposed to do? What is he supposed to change the law so that fewer can come in?
Or have stricter. What did Trump do? Do an executive order.
He scared them by turning us into like a terrorist state.
If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. That's how you got to lower the numbers.
It's not doing anything positive for us. You know, like, do you freak out when like a U.S. citizen is born? You're like, God damn, look at that tax burden.
No.
Why not?
So you agree they're tax burdens?
No, they're not. In the beginning, we pay for their school, and then in the years to come, they pay like taxes for the rest of their lives.
They pay taxes for the rest of their lives, even though you were so upset about the far right source that they counted their children are a negative tax burden.
Yeah, and they don't count them paying taxes for the rest of their lives. Yeah.
Wait, they would pay for their children too when they work. What?
They're still a negative, and they're still a tax burden. They'll probably, let's just say that, in a few years that they somehow don't become, the children of illegal migrants don't become tax burdens. They're still taking jobs from Americans. People still don't want them. People are still voting for less immigration. And you guys just want limited immigration. You're not listening to the U.S. population. You're not listening to the people that constantly scream.
We're listening to people that are largely misinformed, who have no idea what they're talking about.
People are constantly screaming they want less immigration.
They don't even know why. Yeah, there was a lot of people that really wanted slavery back in the day. Do you think they were right?
No. Okay.
What about the people who really wanted like child marriage?
No.
Okay.
Oh, but you're comparing people wanting less immigrants to the slavery?
No, I'm saying that the appeal to the populace does not work. That's a logical fallacy.
They want it because they're getting squeezed out the job market.
No, they're not.
Now foreign visa students are taking away American spots at universities.
That's bullshit too. That's bullshit. So foreign students actually make it to where domestic students can come in and pay less in tuition. They pay 2 or 3 times more, and that lowers tuition for domestic students.
Are they okay? It's lowering tuition. Is that taking away spots for them though? In elite universities, is that taking away spots for American citizens?
Do you think that we should get the absolute best minds in the United States, or do you think that we should just give all of the people in the closest proximity a better shot?
We should put our citizens first. I think you should actually, if you're born in America,
you're creating a brain drain. So what that does is like countries like China and Russia and all these other countries, they're saying, ooh, okay, we'll take you. Come to our college. And then they go over there, and then they get the greatest engineers and doctors and scientists. And then we lose every one of those races.
Universities have no obligation to enroll American citizens over anyone. They enroll the people who pass the test. That's merit-based.
Isn't that DEI?
Helping American citizens is DEI.
No, requiring them to prioritize American citizens when they have
aren't you guys all about merit-based?
Literally. Why does America have to be one of the few only countries that has to take everyone in
This
international.
is the most DEI thing I've heard in my life.
Yeah. Hey, let
You-
white kids into that school. What are y'all doing?
Not just white kids, black kids,
Hey,
Mexican.
dude. If 10 whitey guys apply to Harvard and 3 immigrants who apply have the best scores, there should be no priority for those American whitey boys over the Indian men who actually did better. That's merit based.
And I have a question for you. Do you think that Mexico should have banned white Americans from buying land and increasing their value? Were you
What?
against that? Mexico banned white Americans from buying land in Mexico City.
I already went over this, and I
No, no,
told you.
I'm asking
I went
Mexico.
over this, and you backed off the idea that literally you can't blame migrants for the increase of property value and in the housing market
No,
when they
I'm
can't
not-
even.
listen,
Migrants can't even buy homes here. How do you
I'm
buy a
not-
home
I'm not
without a credit
talking
score?
about I'm not talking about housing. This is a completely different.
Okay, how do you buy a land? How do you buy land here?
Oh, no. Listen to my point. Can you listen to me for 1 second? If Mexico is not allowing white Americans to buy land in Mexico because that would create an unfair advantage for Mexican citizens.
Well, no, you lied. Hold on. No. You lied. Mexico's constitution prohibits foreign individuals from or entities from directly owning land within 50 kilometers or about 31 miles of the coastline or 100 kilometers, about 62 miles of an international border. So they can buy land. It just can't be within these perimeters here or outside of these perimeters here.
And do you agree with that?
Yes. What's wrong with it? So you can get land, just don't test the border.
So
What?
Mexican citizens, since people are buying ocean property.
Hold on. Can you no.
they're
Can you
raising
address the fact that you
value.
just
No,
lied?
No. Because
Can you address the fact that you just lied?
I didn't lie. In
You
Mexico
literally
City, they're
lied.
having
You said
protests.
Mexico is stopping white people from buying land. They're not.
Yeah, in ocean value. In ocean. I'm not saying for all of Mexico.
Bro, you just said
I didn't say all of Mexico. I said that they're having precautions to stop buying people from.
you just added precautions. I know I'm not tripping, bro. We know exactly what you just
Okay,
said.
but obviously they're not banning every single white person from buying land, but they have.
You
precautions.
said Mexico is stopping white people from buying land in their country. Do I agree with that? That was a question that you proposed to me.
Are they preventing white people from buying oceanside land in Mexico? That's preventing buying land in Mexico.
In particular areas, I have zero problem with them putting
Okay.
certain restrictions on other foreign entities buying certain land. You can get it everywhere else.
So, are you against American universities or the American government prohibiting some universities?
Purchases of
buying-
land is a night and day difference from universities accepting
Oh,
people
my.
based off of who has the highest scores. There is
Okay,
nothing
so-
in our
so
constitution
why-
that tells
why-
private institutions or schools you need to ensure that you're prioritizing American citizens over everyone else. And what's funny is that what people leave out of this conversation is American citizens who have the privilege to do so study abroad because in many of the schools in other countries, it is infinitely cheaper to graduate from.
Okay, but you're not addressing my point. You agree that Mexico can I actually?
We're talking
talk
about land
1 minute?
acquisition and
I
university
get-
acceptance.
I get-
Two
I get-
different things.
They are two different things, but you say that Mexico's in the right for prioritizing its citizens, for making sure.
Mexico didn't. No.
No. Can I
This is not an
make
example of
point? You let me talk,
prioritizing their own citizens. This is simply saying this particular portion of land from within the coastline or the border for national security reasons cannot be given to American citizens.
Not
This isn't
national security
prioritizing
reasons.
Mexicans for the sake of
It's
the
not- it's
best
not
property.
National security
You
reasons.
misconstrued
not
the
national
entire
security
point
reasons.
of this.
It's not national security reasons. It's not.
The
reason
coastline
why
and the
they're not-
border wouldn't be national security reasons.
The whole 30 miles within the coastline's a national security reason.
30 miles is the limit.
That's a national security reason? No, it's not. It's the reason why they're not allowing people to buy oceanside property is because they don't want to devalue or overvalue, not devalue, overvalue.
Okay, show me a source.
What?
Need a source.
So give me a source that it's national security reasons.
National security and agricultural land, CFIUS plus state laws. This
Is it
is particular
national
for the
security
U.S. The
reasons?
Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, this is the United States specifically here, can review and block certain purchases if they pose a national security risk, especially near military bases, strategic infrastructure, ports, or power grids. These reviews apply to foreign entities. Thank you, Manny. Also, Pickles Manny was asking to come up to speak on something on behalf of land. It's up to you, obviously. I'm just asking for a friend. These reviews apply to foreign entities regardless of nationality, state level, Florida, Texas, Arkansas, others, so on and so forth. Give me a second on Mexico, but this is pretty obvious.
Okay, but 30 miles of a coastline isn't. Every 30 miles is not for national security.
Would you say it's for economic reasons?
It is for economic reasons. It's for protecting, letting Mexicans buy land and not overvaluing the property.
Okay, and why? And what are you using this? How are you using this in your argument with universities? Are you saying that
Because why do you guys support Mexico? You guys think that these precautions are good, and Mexico is clearly doing these precautions not for national security reasons. 30 miles of every coastline is.
I love how you left out the border part, but that's fine.
No. The border too. Maybe that's for national security reasons, but the coastline, all of that's not for national security reasons. 30 miles of every coastline.
What's the difference between the coastline and the border?
What do you mean? What's the difference?
What's the difference in your book? What's the difference between the coastline and the border?
Borders, land, coastlines, water.
All right. Our book.
Bro got Cricket Wireless. I can't understand.
Mexico does not allow direct foreign ownership
Like
of
Ports of
coastal and border. You are roboting like a mofo, man.
I can't hear.
Ownership of coastal and border properties due to national security concerns. However, foreigners can acquire these properties through a bank trust arrangement, which allows them to use and enjoy the property while the bank holds the legal title.
Mexican bank. And
so it doesn't do anything to the economy. It's just literally just for security reasons.
It's not just for security reasons. And also, it's not 30 miles of a coastline, every coastline just for security reasons. Does America have that law? Does other countries have that law? Does France have that law?
You don't even know why you're invoking
what
this.
I gave Hector for him to read because I was waiting to come in is exactly what America has. We have the ability to revoke foreign entities from buying up and purchasing certain lands, and including the states that Hector was talking about. Those states specifically invoke their own state laws to deny certain people from buying land as well. So yeah, United States does have its own. While it's not in the article, while it's not in our Constitution, we do have actual laws on the books that we can invoke for that.
Also, even Mexicans cannot own land within the border radius that I just gave you.
Not the coastline radius. Border is different than coastline. But also, I'm for.
There's still a restriction on the coastline. No. There's still a restriction on the coastline. It's just not as significant as it is for foreign entities.
And also Mexico.
Did you know? Actually, no. Did you know this stuff before you decided to hear? Because something tells me you didn't.
What? No. What? I knew that Mexico had precautions against Americans buying land. I did know that. And they also have foreign investment laws against that, and that's a good thing. I'm not against that. I think Mexico having laws against people from overinvesting and overvaluing land is good.
Okay.
Why isn't
This is not just American.
I'm so sick of yapping about this. You're pointing to Mexico and a certain law just because you want it to mean something when it comes to Harvard and the amount, like the type of students they accept.
But why is it bad?
Just make your point with Harvard or whatever university.
Okay. Why is it bad that for me to say that maybe we should put Americans first? Maybe we shouldn't have endless foreign students coming in and populate from Americans.
They make up about 6% of our. No, they make up about 6% of our of our student base per university. First off, 6%, right? Secondly, that even if you say, well, that 6% could be 6% towards American students. No, because they actually don't take the spots of American students. We actually have a program where they actually only have a certain amount of foreign students that they will accept, but that doesn't take the spots of American students that are accepted. These are two different programs entirely. Did you not research that either?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Okay. Foreign students take up 6% of the university's quote unquote spots. That being said, even if you were to make the claim that 6% could be going to American students, right?
Yep.
They're in two different programs. There is no quota for that.
I get what you're saying, but we can get rid of the program.
That
Why
would
do
make
you? So
that would
we
make
have 100.
tuition higher for domestic students. So this is putting America first. This is putting domestic students first when they come in and they pay 2 to 3 times more tuition than the average student, and making
Yeah,
tuition
but they're
costs
taking,
lower for the
and
domestic
also
students.
the 6%. They're not going to community college. They're going to the elite universities. They're not going to community college. They're not going to
Community
business.
colleges have their own programs.
Right.
You think who has more foreign students, elite universities or community college?
Does it
I
matter?
don't know.
What
What's
is the
your
point?
point?
Why should American citizens have to be?
There's no quota.
Dude,
Why do you wanna
you
put
are
people at
doing
the
the
bottom?
ultra nationalist thing. You don't even know what your like goal is. You just want to invoke this ultra nationalist, like America first, no matter how bad it hurts, no matter who it hurts, how bad it is for our economy. You want America first.
I think it's not bad to benefit our citizens. We should put our
Dude,
citizens
you
first.
guys are the party that fucks over. You guys are gutting social programs. What the fuck are you talking about?
Social programs that a lot of legal
Okay,
migrants.
there you go. You guys are so it's so
Legal
impossible. You guys are you guys want
And
nothing.
I told you, I'm for social programs. I
No,
think
you're not. If you
Medicare-
vote for
Yeah.
Trump, you're for gutting them.
I don't agree
Every
with
single
everything that Trump
thing that
does.
you cited as a
I don't agree with
negative
everything that
is
Trump does.
putting Americans first. Every single thing that you cited as a net negative on this country are things that we have implemented to help Americans while also including this country of immigrants and letting immigrants be a part of it. You can't cite America's first and you don't even understand how the things that you're saying are bad benefits Americans.
America first, but not like that, or this, or that, or that. Listen, I don't agree with everything they do. Your side will never start introducing social programs, so stop it. Don't ever fucking put that shit in your mouth ever again. You guys are not America first. You guys do not do it with social programs.
No. What made Trump in 2016 unique is that Trump offered an alternative for Obamacare.
No,
Trump
he did
didn't
not.
run
No,
he
he did
didn't.
not. He
Yes, he
never
did.
wrote one
Yes,
down.
he
It's
did.
still never to be seen. It's been 10
it's never
years.
been seen,
He's
but-
never ever came up with one. That is a lie.
Trump didn't run on cutting social programs in 2016. He didn't.
Okay, but every year since he was president in his first term, he introduced ways to cut programs.
That's true, but he didn't run on it. And
Because because who would run on that? He comes in and does it, and you guys are like, well, that's good. Those are people who didn't need it.
I do think that there's abuses when it comes to
Yeah,
welfare,
but
I think
not to the tune of
I think that
10% every
Medicare-
year. Jesus Christ.
I think that Medicare needs to be extended, and even in 2024.
So then
Trump
stop
ran
voting for Trump.
Medicare. Well, that's just one part of it. I think the border.
You're making some of the most contradictory statements, bro. You don't even realize it. This is sad.
You agree with everything that Harris does? No, you don't.
Like literally
Harris
99%. Literally
Harris
maybe
was
100.
the vice president.
Yeah.
Everything she backed was what the president actually did.
You-
Her
you agree
campaign
with Biden?
promises in 2024, if she had won the presidency, I literally agree with 95% of it.
All right, so you agree with Biden's stance on Israel? You agree with Biden?
Hold on, you said Kamala. I'm sorry, I don't remember Kamala being.
Well,
the
no,
white
you said Kamala was the vice president, so a lot of her policies would be similar to the president.
Well, no, that's not what I said. Nowhere did I say that.
Okay, so do you support Harris's support for Israel? Would you support?
She didn't
Harris-
even show up for Bibi Netanyahu's like hearings in Congress.
What do you mean support for Israel? She said Israel has the right to defend itself. And then she has to be upheld by our government, which supports Israel. That doesn't mean
She has to be a
specifically supports
centrist.
Israel.
Yeah, to earn votes, she has to be a centrist. In this country where we have only 2 parties, yes, you have to appeal to silly geese like you sometimes.
Would she have stopped Israel from bombing Iran?
She would have reduced them. She at least would have been funding them or directly involved in
Would have been
helping them
providing
do it,
funding
which
them.
Trump's initial. Do you know that Trump lied and said we had no involvement, then came out and said, yes, I was a part of it? Are you aware of that in the last couple of days? Kamala Harris would not have been a part of that. Absolutely.
We would have already been in war if it was under Harris. The same thing with
No,
Biden.
we wouldn't.
Based off of what?
People say it's like, oh, Trump's starting this proxy war.
We would have
Okay.
never been in this if Kamala was president.
Who supplied Israel to get rid of Hamas? Who supplied Israel to get rid of Hezbollah?
The American
Biden
government.
did. Yes, the American government that Biden oversaw.
And the
Biden
Biden-Harris administration restricted them. You are aware of those restrictions, right?
Biden restricted the Israeli government.
That's
What, he's
correct.
bad.
We no, not he can't. We can't restrict their government. We can restrict their funding. We can restrict their supply of weapons, which is exactly what they did. We had Michael Herzog, which is Israel's ambassador to Washington, whining and crying about Kamala Harris's stances on Palestine and ending the war. We had the Biden administration, the campaign people that worked on her initial speech when Bibi Netanyahu came to the U.S., who changed her speech and watered it down from what she initially wanted to say. She still came out and said Israel had the right to defend itself, but I will not be silent about the atrocities that are taking place upon the Palestinian people. She's the only candidate who is advocating for a two-state solution, while the other guy said not only should we cut them a blank check to finish the job, but when he met Netanyahu and they spoke on Kamala Harris's statements, he said that they were disrespectful.
Hey, I'm gonna minimize the panel. Manuel, thanks for coming up for that one part.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, boss.
I had some other people try to ask to come up, and I told them no, so I feel bad. I don't want to, but yeah, yeah. Trump can't. He's the worst diplomat I could possibly think of. For you to say that Kamala would have been worse is crazy to me. You can literally bait Trump with a tweet to get him to overreact to anything. He can't even get along with his own cabinet. He's literally just the biggest fail on every level. He's the most controversial person to walk the earth.
What I think that what Trump's doing right now, when it comes to foreign, he's actually putting America first.
Oh my God!
No. By ending, if he goes to war with Israel, I'll disagree with him. But he wants a peace deal. Israel's dragging us into this war, and he's still defying them.
He wants a peace deal. Everybody would have wanted a peace deal.
And
Can
don't
he
say-
broker one? He can't even fucking say what he wants. Like, he can't even censor himself. He can't restrain himself to be politically correct or appropriate at any given time. He'll lash out at anybody he has to at 2 o'clock in the morning in all caps on social media. He's literally a child. So I just don't think I'd trust him. I can't see how he can convince anybody he could do this.
Did he not broker a deal between Pakistan and India?
No, he didn't. They said he had nothing to do with it.
Pakistan did. India didn't. India said no, that's false. But Pakistan,
His
I believe
tweet?
Pakistan over India. I believe Pakistan over India.
Okay.
India danked Donald Trump.
Okay,
for-
Biden got 50 countries to unite behind Ukraine when that shit popped off. Do you think Trump can get any of our allies to do us a favor at all right now? No.
Yeah.
No, after saying that we were going to invade Greenland and Panama and putting tariffs on everybody, no one wants to do us a favor.
Yeah, because we shouldn't be abused by our allies. We
Okay,
shouldn't
well,
be
there you go.
allies-
You see how
We
Trump's
shouldn't
not
be-
playing chess? He's fucking playing
we shouldn't be allies
tic-tac-toe.
with Israel. We shouldn't be allies with Ukraine. We shouldn't be allies with a lot of Europe.
Okay, I rest my case. He is such a hard position to defend. He's fucked our relationship up with everybody, and you have to defend that. But it still it puts us in the hole with everybody.
But these people were abusing our system. I absolutely agree with the tariffs. Are we going to still let American jobs and American investment go away?
That
Like,
doesn't
we're
do anything for
completely-
American jobs.
You know, 1/3 of our money is borrowed by foreign countries.
That still has nothing to do with tariffs. And the reason he
Yes,
called them
it does.
retaliatory tariffs is that's the only way that a president could invoke them unilaterally without Congress. That's why he calls them retaliatory. There's no way you can actually substantiate that. The EU, for example, on average, they have a 3% tariff on us. And by the way, they pay that money, not us. So for you to pretend like that's ripping us off is incoherent and like negative IQ.
Yeah, European companies pay the tariff, not the European government. The European company pays the tariff.
On their own tariffs, right? So like when Trump invokes tariff, who pays those tariffs?
American company.
American companies, right? Consumers.
No, it doesn't get passed on to the consumer.
All
That's a
right,
lie.
that's a cope. That's not true. If it didn't get passed on to the consumers, it would not change the way we trade and the way we consume products. So therefore, we would still buy things from China as much as we did.
No, because the company who builds in America, they don't have to pay a 35% tariff. So there's more incentive to build
Yeah,
somewhere else or in America.
Okay, it still doesn't work. We're gonna go down this
It
rabbit
does
hole with
work.
tariffs. I would love to. Okay, so if there's a 55% tariff on Chinese goods and a corporation makes a 10% profit, how in the fuck would they not pass that on to consumers?
Because when you raise sales value, then when you raise product value, sales value goes drastically down. They don't want to.
What does that mean? What I'm saying is take a $10 shirt and now there's a 55% tariff on it. Those companies usually sell them for $15. How does the price not raise for the consumer?
Because if the company raises the price, right, sales value goes down. The company, a lot of times companies will eat the
You're
cost.
talking about sales revenue, right?
Yeah, sales revenue.
So exactly, the revenue goes down because the consumer has to pay more money.
No, sales go down. Sales go down, not sales
Exactly,
revenue.
because
Sales
there's
go down.
okay. I'm a consumer. I have $50 a month to spend on shirts. I can usually buy 5, and a company would make I don't know, $50 or $5 per shirt or something. Now the consumers are paying $25 for a shirt. I can only buy 2 now. So yes, I'm paying that tariff. The company also has less revenue. The tariffs are passed to the consumers. These are how tariffs are designed to work, my friend.
Okay, but no one's gonna buy the shirt then if it's $25.
Yes, they would, because to make it in the United States, it only has to be $24, and the rest of the world is still going to buy Chinese goods from those people, and all China has to do is bump it down by $1 or whatever. Most of these products, we're not even trying to compete with China in, so we're still buying those products today.
No, absolutely, and it's also to get rid of our trade deficit. Our trade deficit
That doesn't do anything to our trade deficit. Trade deficits will not change because we are the richest country in the world. We have more consumer and expendable income. So when we go to buy something from Norway, of course we're going to buy more shit from a smaller country with a smaller population.
Yes, I understood the Madagascar argument where it's like, oh, well, we buy these special fruits from Madagascar, so of course
A trade deficit is not inherently bad. That is incoherent. That is dumb math.
No, a trade deficit with China is bad. China owns so much U.S. land. They own so much U.S. stock.
They're never going to buy more stuff from us. What are they going to buy from us?
So much U.S. land? China does not own more than what? I believe 9%?
They own 200,000 acres of U.S. farmland.
And
that's a problem. Same thing with, do you know how much foreign investors control our stock market? 40% of our stock market is forein investors.
Okay, you're yapping about something completely different. You're derailing the conversation. Why in the fuck, how in the fuck would tariffs change our trade deficit with China?
Because people are buying less products from China. It forces the company to either invest in Vietnam or Mexico or...
Can I make this point real quick? The 384,000 acres that you're referencing is less than 1% of foreign held land here in the U.S. We have many China companies based here, or at least one of their headquarters being here, with all of our deals and relations, including bringing one over with TikTok, with a deal that they're supposed to make in the next 3 months. That makes sense.
It's not just China, it's multiple places that own our farm.
Again, you referenced China specifically. China owns less than 1%, but you want to talk about how they own so much land. It's another false talking point.
Did I mention land, or did I also mention U.S. bonds and U.S. stock market?
You said land, and then you said U.S. bonds and
I
stock markets. And
I love the fact that they own so many U.S. bonds, and the reason is they're trying.
They have interest on them.
They have interest in our success too, but that also allows them to control the value of the yuan. They want their money to be valued less than ours, so they can remain an exporter country. Our dollar, our minimum wage, our real estate, our cost of living is inherently higher, will always be higher than China's. So if we were to copy paste a plant from China into the United States that makes shirts or anything, you name it, they will still always make it cheaper than us.
That's why you need the tariff to compete with their cheap, abundant labor.
And nobody wants to. So we're with the stock market and all of these things are flailing right now because there's so much uncertainty. And the reason why this is not going to work is because it's behind an executive order tariff. If it was passed by Congress, maybe some billionaire venture capitalists would come and they would make these huge investments in the United States behind these tariffs, which, by the way, would only be in the domestic market. It would not be relevant in the world market because it's cheaper to buy it in China still. But the second that Trump is gone and somebody tears up these executive orders, those businesses would just go right out of business. They would just be fucked.
And I hope not. I hope Congress.
You hope not?
I hope.
Thoughts and prayers.
I hope these tariffs stay. Honest to God, I hope these tariffs stay.
Okay, but that's everybody who has billions of dollars invested would also hope the same thing. Yeah, but that's not good enough. No one's going to. Would you just pray that your $1 billion investment doesn't go away?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
because
nobody wants to do that, dude.
Yeah, well, that's what we're gonna have to do. If you want to reindustrialize, you're gonna have to tariff. Biden believed in reindustrializing too. You
Yeah,
know
but
that,
he did
right?
it with subsidies, dude.
Yeah, subsidies don't work, bro. They don't work. And you're
Okay.
gonna say chips and science.
We have evidence to show that they do.
Do
Also,
not say
tariffs
chips and
are a
science. Do not say
reactionary.
chips and science
Just
act.
upon Donald Trump announcing that he was going to increase tariffs, before he was even the president, companies had plans to raise prices. The second he announced many of them back in March and April, we have several companies that said that they were. They preemptively started raising prices to the point to where Donald Trump went and whined and cried on Truth Social how Walmart has no business to do that. They should eat it.
Yeah,
Subsidies literally work better than tariffs, and this is why. You see this map? So all the places that Biden got to start investments in manufacturing, you see that? That's private investments. This is public investments.
Is that chips? Is that critical industries?
Yeah, it's semiconductor, clean energy manufacturing, battery
Yeah,
EVs, biomedical.
That's critical. You can subsidize with critical industries. Yes, you can do that. Everyone knows that. But can you subsidize for more, industrial industries like car manufacturing, like steel manufacturing, like shirt manufacturing, more of the more, regular
We
industries?
could if we wanted to, but it would be dumb to. Like, I prefer to do things and compete with China in things that matter.
The only way
If we did it for EV cars, yeah, we can do it for everything else.
You can't subsidize your way out of compete. Well, is there
Yeah, you
not
can.
tariffs on the EV cars too?
We subsidize oils, yes, yes, but
Is there not massive
tariffs
tariffs on
paired
EV cars?
with subsidies work. So if we want to compete with say like Saudi Arabia in anything like oil, if we gave people money to make it to where their costs are offset by government subsidies, they're able to sell it at a more competitive price. That's the only way we'd be able to compete with foreign markets.
Yeah, with tariffs. So we agree. And the reason why you need
With subsidies.
subsidies and tariffs, but you need hand in hand.
Yeah, and Trump doesn't do subsidies.
Trump does deregulation. He does corporate tax
That's
rates.
not going to do anything.
That's a form of subsidies.
No, it's not.
It is.
No,
a form
it's
of
not.
subsidies.
No,
Yes,
it's
it is. Deregulation and tax cuts are a form of subsidies. What's a subsidy? You're paying for the worker. Corporate tax rates allow companies to have more money to pay for the workers. It's basically a subsidy, is it not? Yeah, that's why we need tariffs. If you want to actually reindustrialize, you need a baseline tariff, because what's going to stop China from bringing a Chinese product, bringing it in Mexico, doing one minor thing on it, and saying, "Oh, now it's made in Mexico." If you actually want to reindustrialize, you can't use subsidies. You actually have to use tariffs. You can use subsidies for chips and science.
None of this is going to work. He's putting more people out of business than he's bringing.
Bro, what?
He's putting more people out of business. Take the car. I mean, take the shirt example. Take a large business that they're hit with these tariffs. Take a small business hit with these tariffs. The small business sells 100 shirts a day. The large one sells 1 million. If the large shirt company has a 55% tariff, they can lower their prices, or they would only have to increase their prices by like $1, for instance, while the smaller business would have to increase their prices by 5, and then their revenue would fall to a critical rate where they would lay off employees to a larger degree, where the larger company would have to lay off a smaller amount of employees to keep the same revenue model.
Okay, but
it's just basic math.
Who has the giant manufacturing plant in Beijing, China? The mom and pop shop or Walmart?
Okay, yeah, so you're sitting here, you're advocating for large companies like Walmart to survive, and small companies, mom and pop shops, who go out of business, which is the bread and butter of our economy.
But mom and pop shops invest more in America and have more American workers than big companies.
No, that's not true. I'm talking, Trump is killing a larger amount of businesses and a larger amount of employment than he's bringing. That's what I'm telling you.
Tariffs help smaller American companies, because smaller American companies normally have American workers who build in America, and that makes it more competitive for them to sell their items, because a big corporation like Walmart doesn't have to have cheap labor from China.
Listen,
it makes it more
in
competitive.
every sense, in every forecast where we look at tariffs, Trump's tariffs are forecasted to lose jobs. This is just from the 25% forecast. 500,000 jobs were supposed to be lost. There, in no way do people look at tariffs and go, that's going to bring us jobs. No smart person thinks that.
Of course, there's going to be short-term issues.
No, this
It's
is
gonna
long
take.
term. This is all the time, all day, every day.
No. If you force American manufacturers to invest in America, they're gonna have. It's obviously going to be a process. It's going to take a while to build the plant. It's going to be a while to build all that, industrial culture. It's going to take a while, but eventually, if you force these companies to make it unprofitable to build abroad, eventually they'll have to. They'll
Yeah,
have
you're
to be
stopping
forced to
free
buy
trade.
American work.
So
Yeah,
for
free
every
trade's
person,
horrible.
for
Free
for
trade's
someone,
horrible. Free
okay,
trade's
that's
horrible.
you're okay. So for every person like me, maybe if I wanted to go start a shirt business and I was making a profit buying shirts from China and selling them to y'all, that's me. That's a domestic company. That's me making money. I would have an employee eventually. I have a few employees if it grows. But you guys don't have no interest in that. You want some stupid company, some ultra rich person to go start a company that would only sell to domestic customers because everybody in every other country is still going to continue to buy from China, not me. They're not going to buy from me because that would be fucking stupid.
Okay, but who has the biggest economy? Who has the biggest domestic
It doesn't matter.
economy?
It doesn't matter. We're
What do you
still
mean
talking
it
about the
doesn't?
world economy. It doesn't matter.
What
Every
do you
other
mean it
person on
doesn't
earth
matter?
still, every other person on earth still buys from China, and I would have to compete with them. I would have a smaller market, and the second they outbid me, like if a domestic customer here, they would be able to still buy from someone else, not from China. They would be able to go buy it from someone else.
Are American companies competing with China when it comes to manufacturing shirts?
Yes.
Okay, but they're getting killed right now. No one buys American shirts before the tariffs. And same thing
Exactly.
with no
But
one buys
everybody bought shirts
Chinese
from
cars.
people that bought from China. So like American companies that maybe didn't make the shirts here but exist here and resell those shirts, that's an American company that goes out of business.
Yeah, but they're not competing with China when it comes to manufacturing anyways.
Who cares? You're putting an American company out of business.
So your argument is that since Nike has to pay higher costs to make their product, right? Let's just say Nike, for example. Nike's not building in China anymore. They have to build in America. So that makes their shoe less competitive to the world. Is that your argument? Am I getting the gist of what you're saying?
Sure, or yes, and 1,000 times more for a smaller shoe company.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't Nike already a high-end shoe company? Like there's so many cheaper shoes than Nike.
Yeah,
It's
and
more for
all of
the
those
brand.
shoes are fucked. Yes, all those shoes are fucked. All those shoe companies. Nobody here is just dying to make some fucking shoes.
Okay, but your argument is that the U.S. isn't competing with China when it comes to weaker manufacturing. We get killed by China when it comes to that.
Yeah, nobody
Maybe
wants to do that. Nobody. We have 4% unemployment. Who is dying to make fucking shoes, man? Why are we tariffing shoes?
Okay, but do you know what the U.S. exports the most? It's exports services. So your argument that these tariffs are going to make American companies less competitive, we don't fucking export fucking products. We export services. So
Exactly.
It's not going to make
So what is he? Why do the tariffs? Why is he blanket
Because-
tariffing China?
because services are unsustainable in an economy. You can't have only 15% of our economy be agriculture and manufacturing. It creates huge trade imbalances. That's why 40% of our stock market is owned by foreign investors. That's
You're
why our
just-
U.S. bonds are going
You're just
crazy.
obfuscating.
We're
This has
borrowing
nothing to
so
do with what
much
we're talking
money.
about.
That's why
I'm talking about how tariffs are a big failure, and tariffing things, blanket tariffs on things we have no interest in making, that we will never compete with China. We have no business trying to tariff these things. It's fucking dumb and incoherent. And Trump is tricking you into think it's good. If you actually think about it for 3 seconds, you'll just know that Trump is just taxing you, dude. He's putting a tax on you, and he's getting you to cheer and say it's like this patriotic thing to do.
First of all, tariffs bring in a lot of federal revenue, so I'm glad.
Yeah,
we
from
did
you
that.
and me. Yeah, it's called a tax.
No, from the company that imports it. That's
And
what-
it's passed on to you, bud.
It's not taxed on to me. You can look at the 2018 China trade war. Consumer price index only went up 1%. Barely went up anything.
Yeah, and then like farms went all the way out of business.
Okay, it's cheaper to subsidize farms.
Say, wait, what? Those numbers are skewed for what they made compared to what they would have reflected onto us and how they would have labeled it in their booking. I have a question. How in the world do you trust the guy who worked on the NAFTA agreement for trade and then completely shitted on it afterwards and replaced it with the USMCA? How do you trust that guy to negotiate trade with other countries?
How do I trust Trump to negotiate with trade with other countries? Is that your
Yeah,
point?
who in their right mind would trust Trump with a trade deal, even if they come to an agreement? Why would they trust him? Because Trump did the USMCA with Canada and Mexico, and then immediately went back on it and broke it.
Because Trump actually puts American workers first.
Okay,
Like,
nope.
what do you mean? By
That's
that?
not a
China doesn't give a fuck. Mexico
what
doesn't
are
give
you
a fuck
talking
what
about?
Trump says about. First of all, he doesn't put American workers first. He brags about firing people that are unionizing or protesting or striking. He doesn't put anyone for. He fired the fucking head. The head
Puts
of.
American industry first. Everyone
What does that even
realizes-
mean? He's getting people to go out
everyone-
of business because of his practices with tariffs.
And you keep looking at this from an American industry aspect. He puts the rich first to benefit himself and others. It's not about the American people. You just cited earlier how those mom and pop shops help fuel the economy, yet you didn't vote for the tax plan and other policies that would have put them first.
Oh my god, bro, my heart. Let me explain this to you. Who pays the tariff? Big corporations pay the tariff.
That's a lie.
It's a they
A
don't
lie.
if they're not the import. We agree. You can say that it gets passed on, but in reality, the importer pays the tariff, right? The company that imports.
Oh
it.
my god.
Okay. Did what happened to housing prices after the steel and lumber tariffs went up?
I don't know.
Yeah, they skyrocketed 70% or 7%.
Well, that's why you can counteract that with price gouging or the deregulation that promotes.
Donald Trump, no.
Yeah,
Donald Trump
yeah.
didn't run off of price gouging. In fact, he literally called it communism. Him and the Republican Party
I'm not
demonized
saying
Kamala
that-
Harris, and they conflated it with price control. Donald Trump just ran off of deregulation. His
Yeah,
picks on the
deregulation
Supreme
is
Court
good.
helped pass things that Pickles mentioned earlier, like the Dodd-Frank Act, to continue to deregulate and give us less protections. You don't get to pull that card on price gouging, bro. No.
All right, Baz,
Deregulation is
Baz,
good,
I've had you up for almost 2 hours. Someone paid to kick you. All right, you're welcome back some other time.
bro. How much?
W Margie for the $40.
I think he was asking how much to stay.
How much to stay? I don't know. Margie, if Margie wants to name a price for him to come back, then Margie can. 2 hours is a long time for me to keep someone up on a panel.
He said price gouging and deregulation. What?
Deregulation does nothing but help the no deregulation has ended up being passed on to consumers.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt my brain. And here's the thing. I'm actually for deregulation in specific areas where like the executive order that Trump passed, I believe it was where every new regulation that's passed, you have to remove 10. I don't know how well that actually held up in courts, but I remember that executive order. I was like, okay, that's not a bad idea. The problem is, do we really trust the Trump administration, who's having to walk back many of the things that they've cleared from White House databases and government websites? Are we trusting them to get rid of 10 bad regulations for one good one? Really?
Yeah, I don't trust him. Yeah, I can't. I've actually still. I ask this to MAGA all the time. Can you name one regulation that you would say is a good idea to get rid of? And they've never been able to tell me one.
Exactly.
Hector, I'm gonna go back down to 1v1s though. I appreciate you coming up, bro.
Absolutely. I appreciate you letting me up. I really just came up here earlier to give you some shit earlier. In a good way. I was going to say, happy Juneteenth. Make sure you kiss the legs of Black people today and send us reparations. And support Pickles for being a very strong accomplice to the Black community and our plight. Okay,
Yeah,
bye.
I'd kiss you on the mouth right now. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. Hello, Mr. Guapo.
Hi guys. I just wanted to make the quick comment. I can't stay to debate because I gotta go work. But you guys argued this extremely well, very well articulated, not letting your emotions get the better of you, and it was just incredibly refreshing to find coherent arguments with great articulation and great sources where the people literally fumble between their own bullshit because it just doesn't stand. So appreciate that much from you guys. It was very refreshing to hear well-articulated arguments from cohesive people and coherent people as well. So thank you guys for that. That was incredibly refreshing for me to hear today.
Anytime, dude. Thank you. Thanks for saying that. All right. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Chat, if you're friendly, Nemo, I love you. I'm gonna keep doing 1v1s for a sec. I love you though. I just sometimes it's overbearing. Where can we watch the VODs? These are on YouTube. If you go to my link in my bio, you can go to watch every one of these debates that I've done in the recent past. DJ says, love your channel. Appreciate you, DJ. Hello? Felicia? Okay. There are actual good combos here. Thank you guys so much. If you guys enjoy these debates, give me a follow. I do consider myself goated with the sauce. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Oops, I got two people. All right, what do you like about Trump?
I like that he's got balls.
Can you expand on that?
Big testicles.
So you're telling me that, like, if I was a leader of another country, I wouldn't be able to just go say, hey, Trump, you're fucking stupid, and then Trump wouldn't tweet about me for like 30 times in one night?
I mean, I don't think it matters that much, right?
That would kind of make him a fragile person, right?
I guess that's your opinion. I don't think he rolls over like other presidents have.
I think he absolutely does. He's. Can you name like one mean thing he's said to like Putin?
One mean thing?
Yeah.
I mean, what? Why? Wait, hold on. So you're saying that the test of a great leader is who insults Putin the best?
Oh, you're just saying he has balls. I've never heard him actually like say something to somebody that took balls. Like I've seen him like talk shit to somebody who like step on their head while they're drowning, but that's about it.
What about the Taliban leader that he showed a picture of his house to?
Yeah, the guy that was hiding in the desert in a small house. Ooh.
You just said that you haven't heard of any instance when he was showing testicular fortitude, right?
So this is what he did to the Taliban after that. He invited them to Camp David, glazed them on the anniversary of 9/11, which was even weirder. And then he invited them to negotiate the Afghan pullout without the Afghan government. And he gave them everything they wanted. He gave them 5,000 prisoners released from Afghan prison. That was so brave of him. He gave him the whole shebang.
Okay, I love how you keep saying he and you're those are some pretty big claims, right? And
wait, those are truths.
No, it's not a truth that he was the one that released those prisoners or those Taliban people. It was the Afghan government that
he pressured them to do that. Correct. They were on TV protesting this.
So now you're changing it. Now it's not him, but you're saying that he
this was part of his negotiation. Yes, this was part of the deal that he made, releasing the person who's now in charge of the Afghan government. He was in prison. Trump facilitated his release, and he couldn't even.
That's bullshit. It was the Afghan. The Afghan government literally said that they were the ones that fucking did it. So why would you say Trump did it?
Of course, the Afghan government is the only people who can control their prisons. He forced them to. He pressured them to do so.
Okay, and what proof do you have that happened?
Here you go. This is from our government. U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. As a part of the deal, President Trump also pressured the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban fighters from prison. There you go. Next.
Who wrote that? I want a cite on that.
Trump deleted this from the White House government. This was posted by, I don't know, whoever's in charge. This was from our last administration.
Oh, okay, so the Democrats that existed and that was accurate. That's what you're saying?
Yes, this was. Do you know what the negotiation was called?
I don't know. What did Biden call that negotiation?
It was Trump's negotiation. It was the Doha Accords.
Okay, sure. And you just said that.
So you're going to tell me about something, and you're just going to raise doubt around something you have no idea what you're talking about?
You literally just pulled something up that you said doesn't exist anymore and that the Biden administration created.
Yes.
Okay, like that's not bias, right?
No.
Really? You're comfortable to say that that's not bias?
No, this is what happened. So what you're saying is this never happened. I would love to see some proof where Trump didn't facilitate 5,000 people from being released from the Afghan prisons.
Wait.
So Trump deleted. All. He purged the White House government website of a lot of things when he came into office, like a good little dictator.
Okay. All right. So now he's a dictator. Okay. So, and you also just said let's just make sure we're keeping a list of facts on what's happening. Okay. You first said that President Trump released 5,000 Taliban, right?
He pressured the Afghan government to do so. Yes, it was part of his deal negotiated
not
with.
What you first said. Let's make sure we're keeping.
You
want
to split hairs on how I worded this?
Okay, listen. If I say you released 400 pedophiles from jail, and the truth was that somebody that you were communicating with in the past released 400 pedophiles, does that mean that you did it?
Here's more clarification. Here would be a parallel. If I said, hey, if you don't release these pedos from your prisons, I'm going to stop using my military to help you stay alive and exist.
Okay, and the only document that you just provided that shows any proof that happened,
I'll just find it. I'll just find it. Do you want me to find it? Do you want me to find an Afghan government?
You said yes.
Okay, do you want me to just find another source?
I would fucking love for you to find one more source.
I can't believe this is not even something that is controversial, dude. House.gov, oversight, Democrats urge congressional humanitarian aid. Boom, 5,000. Let's find it.
And you didn't even argue. You didn't even start to argue with the fact. You didn't argue the fact that President Trump told a Taliban leader. Showed a Taliban leader a picture of his house.
Nobody cares.
Right?
Nobody cares. I mean, yeah, that sounds like something silly, like propaganda. Like, I don't care if how immature Trump can be with our adversaries. I'm sure Obama's done cool shit too.
How would you say that that's propaganda, but Biden creating a document that no longer exists isn't propaganda?
Okay, here we go. Here's from BBC. The peace deal essentially provided withdrawal U.S. allied forces from Afghanistan within 14 months in return for a Taliban pledge that they would not allow Afghan soil to be used for hostile actions. The deal also provisioned for the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners from Afghan jail. This is the agreement that U.S. came to with the Taliban.
Okay, I'm still waiting for you to show me exactly where it says that he forced the Afghanistan government to release those prisoners.
Dude, your bar is so high, bub. I'm just telling you, this is known fact. The Afghan government was on TV complaining that Trump was making them do this. They were outcrying, saying, we don't want to do this. And they were saying, I can't believe Trump is making us do this.
You haven't shown a single
Dude, you're being impossible. I know this hurts your feelings. I know this really crushes your idea of Trump, but this is what happens.
My facts, and your facts were just disproven.
I just gave you a second source.
A second source that didn't say what you claimed it to be.
That he facilitated the release of 5,000 prisoners?
that you said that Trump forced the Afghanistan government to release those prisoners. That
Yes.
document you just pulled up
Yes.
did not say that.
It
Reread it, buddy.
facilitated the release of them. Yes.
Reread it. Did he force the government to release those prisoners? Yes or not?
I got Wall Street Journal that says the same
Don't worry.
thing.
I'm going to sit here and wait. I'll turn my mic off and I'll
You
wait
said
for
that
you to
it
show any
forced
proof.
you want the verbiage to say forced?
I'm going to sit here and wait for you to prove your point. That's it.
I'm done. You can unmute now.
You literally said I found you another document that proves that Trump forced the Afghanistan
This is a
government
news article. I have
president.
multiple news articles that say the same thing. This is not controversial. Just because you're not up on the up and up on how the Afghan withdrawal went,
What
it's
do you
not on
mean
me.
up and up?
Yeah, if you don't know
literally
how it
first provided
happened,
a document that no longer exists that was created
Okay.
by the Biden administration. That's not fucking proof.
dude, I'm so sorry if you don't know about the 5,000 prisoner release. It's on you, bud. It's on you. You're just gonna have to go read about it
It's on me.
and process it.
No. I said he didn't have anything specifically to do with that release. The Afghanistan government did.
No,
And then you said, well,
he
he
specifically
pressured them to do it.
facilitated it. Yes, he.
Then fucking prove it. Give me
I
one fucking source.
just told you it's part of the agreement that he came to with the Taliban. They agreed not. They agree. Oh my God. So, what other thing did Trump offer the Taliban in exchange for the ceasefire? What did Trump give them then? I want to know. Okay. Hello? Angie, hello? Accident. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come hop in the box. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that guy went, but he's gone. I'm sure there's a Trump tweet about it. I'm sure there is. I love how completely clueless these people are. Where do I see myself ideologically? I'm a social democrat, plain Jane, nothing too far on either side. I'm just a regular dude. I got into politics like 3 years ago. I didn't even know what a fucking Democrat or Republican was like a few years ago. It's sad that I'm this far ahead of an entire party that I talk to every day. Pickles, that's a privilege as a woman. I've been involved. I do admit that I would admit, yeah, I was very privileged. I was a cishet white man, could care less who was president. Things started getting real weird when like my parents started coming out and telling me things like that they didn't believe in science and that they were taking anti-parasitics to treat viruses. That's when I started getting really interested in seeing how half of America was starting to get radicalized. Trish, thank you so much for the gifted sub. same. All of my whole family's MAGA. Any clue what's going on with the older millennial? Hopefully he's sitting in a little jail cell with a cup of noodles. Hello?
Hello?
Are you a
Alright,
Trump? Are you a Trump supporter?
yeah. What's wrong with it? Like, what's your reasonings?
You've got a lot of background noise. Can you help me out with that?
Yeah. Like, everyone, quiet down. Everybody shut up! Alright, there.
Are you over 18?
Yeah, totally am. Yeah.
What's your birthday? All right. All right. How old am I? I'm 36. I'll be 37 in a month and a half, y'all. 37. Gray pubes are coming in. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Leo, yeah. Still acting like a child. I'm head and shoulders more emotionally mature than I think literally every MAGA I've talked to. It's a low bar. Yeah, I know. That's true. My birthday, the 17th of August. Oh, you're young? I love that. Oof.
Yes.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
A lot of things. I do like that he has balls too. But if I can make a statement, if you'll let me, I think electoral democracy is largely quite an imperfect system. And I don't think we actually live in democracy really today. I think usually what happens is elect and regret. And we have some many options among other imperfect options. And Trump was one of those options. But I've been listening to you for the past hours, and your claim that Harris would have done this or would have done that, or like I disagree with 100%, or nothing that Trump ever did was good, and I agree with 99% of what Harris would have done. That sounds a bit like fantasy or delusion. That's my statement.
Okay. What was the most heinous thing Harris offered to do?
I'm not sure exactly what her stance is on everything. I just know that I've listened to just generally a lot of her speeches or a lot of clips, let's say, and I'll disagree with generally at this day the opinions of the Democrat Party in general.
Can you just name one thing?
Yeah, the easiest for me would be the LGBTQ plus topic as a whole.
So
Like letting
that's
men
not part.
play against women in sports?
She never mentioned any of that in her campaigns.
Okay, what about just, did she ever support those kinds of policies?
What policy?
Letting men play against women in sports.
That's not something we're doing with policy.
It is, for sure it is.
Can you tell us who's introducing legislation for that?
No, I cannot, but I can
Yeah.
tell you that some people support some schools or support some states, or just generally the media will talk about some things and then politicians will comment about some things. I've never heard one time, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard Harris criticize the fact that men were playing in women's sports. So by not criticizing it, essentially you're kind of approving of it.
Yeah, this is what's called a social wedge issue. So like a bunch of Republicans sat in a think tank and they go, "Oh my God, look at these people reacting to our opinions on trans people," and then oh my God, look how they're reacting when we bring up sports. When it turns out there were trans people, and then oh my God, look how they're reacting when we bring up sports. When it turns out there were roughly 10 people in the NCAA out of 510,000 that were trans. And it's literally a non-issue. And furthermore, if you guys truly wanted to resolve this and make the world a better place and say, hey, let's do something about this, I would say we would have a much different approach. But this was literally meant to get your attention and get a knee-jerk reaction. It was not meant to fix anything. This has probably caused way more harm than it's fixed, considering it's only affected 10 people. But what I would say is,
with what you're saying, but
I would say that we would handle this a lot more. We should handle this a lot more delicately, and 1,000% yes.
I agree.
We would say, first of all, we should let the leagues figure out their own standards for how people participate in sports.
So you said 100% yes, men should play against women in sports?
Yes, because if you're on HRT for I believe it's 3 years, your physical levels. Okay,
that's bullshit.
Can you tell me what's bullshit about it?
No, you know that it is bullshit. You know that taking any kind of drug for how many long doesn't make you a woman. You know that.
I'm not saying it makes. First of all, that's not my claim. I'm saying that their physical levels are that of a cis.
Oh,
woman.
so your claim is that their physical level becomes equal enough for it to be competitive against women.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what
so
studies.
What do you think about the records that are
we have
being
studies that
by the only 10 women that are.
We have
the
studies
only 10
that show
men
that
come into women's sports, they break all the records, even though
That's
their
not true.
HRT levels are quote unquote approved.
It's not true.
Yeah, a ton of records are being broken by quote unquote women because they've been on these drugs. Listen,
Can you name one?
No, I don't have the names. I don't remember those.
That's
names.
what I thought.
Okay, can you name them?
Yeah, Leah Thomas, who's also no longer breaking records. A cis woman has already broken Leah Thomas's records already. You guys have nothing, dude. You guys have nothing.
Good. Maybe it increased the level of competition. I'm not sure. No, but generally speaking, the topic itself, right? So your point that you were making is that taking these drugs for 3 years makes it on a competitive level.
Peer-reviewed studies.
That's not what the science says.
Peer-reviewed studies show this.
Totally disagree.
Okay, well, you can't just disagree with science.
I absolutely can't. I absolutely can't. Science disagrees with itself.
I know this is. I'm so sorry this is happening to you, but when we actually look at this without bigotry, we just say, "Oh, look, that's not a thing."
No, so your thing about bigotry, that's your opinion. You're allowed to believe that. You don't have to feel sorry for me. I don't feel sorry for myself, and I don't regret any of these ideas at all. But for you to claim that science is settled, what I'm telling you is science disagrees on this. There's a ton of scientists and a ton of peer-reviewed papers that will say what you say, and then some that will disagree with it. So you can't say that I'm disagreeing.
You're
with
just going to have to go find. Nobody's been able to produce something like that.
No, of course. So what about the bone structure and the muscle structure?
Okay, the way the bones are shaped, like the hips. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, the proportions.
That's something that probably can't be reduced. That's also something why it's also why it's important for us to maybe catch it early for children who want to seek gender affirming care and stop going through a male puberty. That is something we're trying to prevent, and you guys are obviously working against that too.
Yeah, of course, because we think most of the time when this is going to happen, children regret when they get older, because when you're that young, you're very impressionable, aren't you not?
Yeah, but nobody is trying to.
How young do you think a child can be to make that autonomous decision to take these drugs with potentially irreversible effects? How young do you think a child could do that?
I don't
What's
know.
your opinion?
I think that we should leave that up to the parents and the doctors and not
Oh,
some
really?
random
That's
guy
not the
on
Democrat
TikTok.
stance, generally speaking.
I'm
Usually they'll say,
sorry?
forget the parents. No, usually the Democrat stance is forget the parents. If the child goes to a doctor, they might even hide it from the parents and facilitate that for the child. This has happened before.
Okay, but you guys want to step in between those parents who are trying to do this for their children, and you think you know better when you're just denying science on general.
No, absolutely not denying science. I think you're denying science by thinking that people, first of all, that it's not irreversible. And
HRT
secondly,
is
that,
reversible.
it depends really on what level you're talking about.
I don't
And
think you have
that's
any idea what
definitely-
you're talking about. What level is irreversible?
No, it definitely, listen, people have not grown boobs or they started growing boobs or their testicles get smaller or whatever. Things like that happen. That's what HRT does it not?
Okay,
It inhibits.
and then if you stop
Exactly,
taking
yeah.
if you stop taking hormone blockers, what happens?
Okay, so you talk to people that have done that and let them tell you what they think. There's a ton of science out there.
Or I can just read the
Go
science.
look it up, and I can go look it up right now. Like I said, I don't have these things by heart, but I've read some things on some articles, on some scientific articles, not on some YouTube from a Republican or whatever. If you think this is the debate, I'll agree with you. We'll check it out, and next week when you have your other live, we'll come back and we'll have our papers and we'll see how the science goes. If you want to do that, we can do that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm
Okay,
constantly waiting
just
for you
make it
guys to
clear, your
start
stance
with
is
the.
that
I would
HRT
love.
is
I
absolutely
would love.
reversible. Okay.
I would love for you guys to actually start with the science instead of starting with the position, and then go finding science to back it up. That's what you all do.
It starts, no. My position is based on the science. Absolutely.
No, it's not, because
I don't have a list.
the general
next to me, or the article
consensus-
next to me.
The general
No.
consensus and what doctors do
Consensus
when a
is not
child.
science.
Yes, it is.
It's not. No. Science is research, right? You can have people believe something and consensus about something, but listen, and you'll believe me, right? Science has tremendously, and medicine and science has tremendously evolved over the past 50, 100, 2,000 years. Yes or no? People used to believe
Of
things.
course,
100
you
years
can't
ago.
you
Those
can't
people-
point to the
no,
dark
those
ages.
people were the experts.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not pointing
you're
to the
pointing to the dark ages and be like, look at how bad
The
it used to be.
1900s were the dark ages.
I'm sorry.
Is that what you're saying? Are the 1900s the dark ages?
No, but it was before we had modern science. Before we did stuff like peer-reviewed studies, people were getting frontal lobe lobotomies. They were getting fucking shock.
What does peer review
therapy.
mean?
That means that somebody else in the scientific community takes your study and says, yes, we can replicate these same, your methodology is correct. We can
you been to
replicate
school?
these same things. No,
Okay, so how would you know how that works?
because I can fucking read.
But you don't know how that works, because I've been to school and I have a master's degree, and I'll tell you that people in school are not necessarily smarter than you that hasn't been in school. They have degrees. They've done a lot of things. They
People
follow
in
a lot of
school
things.
are generally smarter than people who have not been to school. I'm sorry.
Yeah, generally, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that generally, but I can tell you that at the toppest level of any field, whether it be economics, politics, history even, and all the sciences, there's tremendous debate on many issues in the science community, in the academic community, and so on and so on. So the point that I'm making is that peer-reviewed doesn't mean this is the absolute truth.
You're
That's not
just
what
casting
peer-reviewed-
doubt on peer reviews that prove you wrong.
No.
What
it's
else do
absolutely
we
true.
have?
Listen,
Some guy on TikTok? You think a doctor's
Absolutely
going
not.
to change their best practices based on your
I'll be
opinion?
honest, I've almost never been on TikTok in my whole life. In the last few years, I have not been. I only came here because I wanted to debate you for interesting purposes and have an interesting discussion.
Okay.
Like I said in the beginning, right? I think it's imperfect choice, imperfect options, and whatever. I can criticize Trump's on a few things, but generally speaking, the thing that I said about Harris earlier, I think that stands. And the LGBTQ, I mean, we're talking about it now. This proves, I think, that there's a lack in your point of view. To think that peer-reviewed science is absolute. For
What should we look to instead of peer-reviewed science?
No, peer-reviewed science is fine. I think everybody should look at and read for themselves and take their own decision, not just say because I choose to select peer-reviewed science, it must be true.
No, I just think that you guys got $217 million worth of campaign ads towards the trans community to get you guys to freak out about it, and that pretty much they gaslit us into defending these people, these marginalized communities. It's exactly what Nazi Germany did. They went against the gays, they went against the trans people, and they burned all of this science to the ground. By the way, they were in the forefront of this science. They got people to emotionally react to it and to ignore the consensus of science, and so that you guys had a common enemy to be upset with.
Okay, so let me take it on another direction. First of all, I strongly believe in science, first of all. Regardless of the election or the campaigns, I would never support men playing against women in sports. As a
All
sports
10 of
person
them?
myself,
All 10 of them?
Right, we're gonna stop. Hi, Pickles.
Hi.
I'm geeky. I'm 39, non-binary.
and you seem
they,
so
them.
offended.
GD,
Yeah,
we had this fucking conversation the other night, bro.
I was not there.
We had
Like I
this
said,
fucking
it's the first time
conversation.
that I've
You
been here.
sure were. I
Mhm.
remember you
No,
because
no,
you started
no,
popping off
stop
about some
there.
transphobic
Absolutely
bullshit.
not.
Hey, no, shush.
No, I was
shush.
literally not. I've
I
never been on this
shushied
channel
you.
in my whole life. I've
Oh
never met
yeah,
this
you
Fiscal guy. I've
sure
never seen
fucking
any
have.
of the videos.
I've
And
been
don't
on
lie,
a
you're
panel with
speaking
you.
out
The
of your
thing
hat.
is, I
You
was
are
on my
totally speaking.
backup.
I will
I was
not
on
let
my
you say this.
backup, bro.
I
Do
don't
you
care who
see
you
how
are. I
you're
don't know who
crashing
you are.
out? This is exactly what you did the last
No,
time.
this is a lie.
And then
You're
we ended up
absolutely lying. You're
fucking
messed up.
dropping
No, you're
you.
messed up.
And then
You're
you
just
went
messed up.
over to Lotus's live.
Absolutely not. I have no idea who
you
these people
do
are.
it.
Listen, I'm sorry, Pickles. I'm sorry that you have to bring this person over that has absolutely no. Listen, I'll tell you what happened today. I went on YouTube.
no.
I'm not working this afternoon. I went on YouTube, and these kind of debate lives have been popping up. So it's interesting to me to talk to different people about different subjects. I went on there. I typed like political debate live. You came up in one of the like top 10 lives or something like that. That wasn't like the local
Yeah,
news
because
or whatever.
Pickles is awesome.
Yeah, so I joined there, and then I kind of saw that there was a debate. I was talking on the YouTube. I said, how can I join the conversation? Someone said, go on TikTok. So I went on TikTok. It's my first time here. I just want to let you know. But if you want to make a point, and first of all, just let me finish the
It's
point
your
that I was
first
making.
time here, bro.
Yes.
Why are you
No,
fucking popping
No,
off lying
you're
the way that
messed
you
up.
are? I
No,
don't
yeah.
understand why you
No,
get
you
to
can.
fucking
I don't know how you
monologue as
can
if you're
pull off
goddamn
like
Shakespeare, but I'm gonna need you to go ahead and holster it for a second.
You're
so
mad.
That other
No,
people
you're
can
mad.
fucking
No, you're
speak.
mad. It's
I
obvious.
am mad
Yes,
because
yes,
y'all
yes. And
keep
anger
using
creates
us.
a lot of problems. I don't know
Y'all
if you're a
keep
Star Wars
using
fan.
us as part
No.
of your fucking weaponry, your pawns, as if we're
No.
something that you can just objectify
Absolutely not.
and utilize.
Absolutely
What you did was you bought into the propaganda that's been
No,
fed to
absolutely
you
not.
by
The point that I
people
was
who are
making,
less
if you will, just
intelligent
let me make my point.
somehow
What I
than
would like to
50%
suggest
of this
is actually a third
population.
category of
You
sports.
have done nothing but prove that you, sir, are actually so far less intelligent than the average American, which is fucking mind-blowing because the average American has a 6th grade reading level. You managed to prove yourself to be less intelligent than that because what you have done, and I get it, you probably have a degradation kink. It's okay. Many people do, but most people charge to have that done to them. You come up here day after fucking day swearing up and down that you are new to this and you're brand new and you don't know what's going on. And can you explain what it's all men means? Can you explain what this means? Can you explain? No, bro, you do this all the fucking time and it's fucking exhausting. And what you are is nothing but a fucking rage baiter out here to get your jollies off listening to femme presenting voices and mask presenting voices, men and women, trans men and trans women, non-binary folk alike, sit here and tell you what kind of fucking moron you are. But if you're gonna do that, you can at least pay a bitch for it. Hi, Pickles. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you for letting
Nice
me up
to
in
meet
your
you
house.
too. Anytime, Geeky. Welcome.
So, GD, we need you to fucking open your goddamn washer and tell us what it is about this that lets you feel so fucking powerful, because all I see is a short, sad man whose hairline has met the back of his neck, and you don't know how to deal with it. Oh, hey, you guys, check this out. He doesn't know how to find the button. Raise your hand if you're not surprised.
Okay, I mean, it just popped on my computer, sorry, on my screen, because I wasn't looking at my phone screen. So I saw it on my phone screen, I clicked the button, activate. I think I can talk now so you can hear me. I don't know how long I was cut off in that whole thing. So first of all, the point that I was making before you abruptly interrupted me, first of all, I think there should be a third category for sports where it's mixed.
For 10 people? You buffoon? Do you know what that sounds like? That sounds like separate but equal, and I thought we decided that segregation was wrong.
Excuse me. There's probably a lot more people that would compete if there was a third category. That's one thing. But the other thing is, usually when you insult people, like you just did for the last 5 minutes, calling me all these names, usually disproves any kind of debate or any kind of argument that you have when you're at that point. I just want to make that for the next time you want to cut somebody off and make these points, I don't suggest that you insult them for 5 minutes. That's basically what I was going to say. I would ask Pickle now, What do you think about having a third category? Wouldn't that
It
be a
would not
better
work.
option
Would
than
not
to
work.
let?
Again, the
Why
number
not?
is 10. There's 10 people out of a league of 500,000.
You don't think there would be more?
No.
How do you know?
I don't know, because there's no competition. There's no competition.
So why do we have to? I don't think pander is the right word. I'm not sure, but why do we have to cater to the 10 people that definitely have a particular need? Okay, a different kind of situation than the others. Why would we have
making
to
a whole
cater
new
to
category
them
be catering to
for
them?
the whole other people, for the rest of the
Wouldn't-
5,000 people of biological women? And by the way, I am a feminist.
What do you mean 5,000? GD.
I'm using his
Shush for a
number. He
moment.
said five.
There's
he said 10 people out of
500.
5,000.
There's 550,000 collegiate athletes.
Okay, so that
In
makes
the
my point
NCAA,
even better.
there's
Why would you cater to
550,000?
10 people out of
Because
500,000?
creating a new category is catering.
No, that's bullshit.
Creating a new
Saying that
category
it's
is
only
quite literally
10% so it
catering.
doesn't affect anybody, that's total bullshit. It has prevented people from attending the podium.
It has
Is
not.
that true or not?
It has not.
It has prevented
name
women.
a singular GD. I want you to go onto google.com,
Leah
type
Thomas.
into google.com. No, Leah Thomas, fucking shut your goddamn washer for a moment and let me actually speak and say my thing.
Insulting again.
I need you.
Got issues you gotta work
No,
on.
I
You gotta work on
told
yourself
you.
personally, I think,
I
before
would
coming
say
here
it
and
out loud,
debating
but I don't want to
seriously.
get Pickles in trouble. My goodness. Ooh, there it is.
I I kicked him. Brandon, I think he did this a few minutes ago. Brandon, thank you for the kick. I'm so sorry. Brandon, speak up next time I miss it. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. But Geeky, go ahead and finish your point. I want to hear what you have to say.
The point is, from the time that they allowed trans athletes to compete in the Olympics, so I believe that was around 2002 to 2004, from the time they allowed trans athletes at the beginning of when they were allowed to compete, till 2022, I want to say is the last time, how many trans athletes have won a gold medal?
0.
The number is 0.
Yeah.
The number is fucking 0.
Shit. Harassment and bullying, dude. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. She got kicked. TikTok got her. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you're gonna be allowed back up. I'm so sorry, Geeky. No. Yeah, they got clapped. Geeky, the one thing I would say is, and I know it's hard because we're passionate about this, but I think TikTok listens to the tone of our voice and our volume. And I usually avoid those types of flags by nicely, I don't know, gentle parenting, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's TikTok's, yeah, the tone and the volume, yeah. GD, someone paid to kick you. I can't have you back until tomorrow. You're welcome to try to come back tomorrow. Big shout out again to Brandon for the kick. Guys, if you're a friendly, please hop out of my box. I love y'all so much. I want all of the advocates to come on here and be able to say something, but it completely kind of messes up the steam we've got going. Hello?
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. So how you let GD cook you so bad? You got down so bad you had to pull up a girl to damn get up here and cuss them out and fuss them out and call them names, bro.
Do you want to talk about
You're
Trump?
wild. Nah, bro.
You want to debate?
Why you wild like that?
I
I
didn't. I'm the. I'm not even. I didn't even. I didn't even pull someone up.
You got mental problems.
I'm sorry. I didn't even
Are
pull
you
anybody
weak?
up.
Are you really weak minded, bro? Are you that weak minded? You think a man should play a woman's sport?
Are you? Do you want to debate or?
There's nothing to debate about, bro. I think you're just fucking lost in the sauce. You think men should be playing with women, bro? You're weird.
I think there's
You're
just
weird,
you.
bro.
I think there's just
You're weird, bro.
All right.
You're weird. Because at the end of the day,
you-
a trans is gonna take a position from a real woman that's fucking worked her ass off to get there, and you're gonna let a fucking man take her position. That's
Okay,
fucked up.
you guys are being so demeaning to a certain
That's
class of
fucked
people.
up. That's fucked up.
All right.
At the end of the day,
dude.
that's fucked up.
All right. If you don't let me talk, if you have no interest in having debate, goodbye. I think that this could be handled so much more delicately, even if it were to be somehow unfair, which it's really not. If this were to be such a big issue, you guys are handling it completely wrong. If 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 we acknowledge that the trans community does exist and they have a place somewhere in our sports, we would not be going about it this way. We would not be going, oh, it's a man or it's a woman, like, you know, disrespecting them, saying that they're less than, saying that they're like these intruders into like ever other people's spaces. We would be handling this so much differently. We would be handling it with grace. If you actually consider yourself a Christian, which most of y'all do, you would be handling this with grace and love and acceptance. You wouldn't be handling it like this. You wouldn't be othering them. You'd be doing something completely different. Someone says, if a child is born, should we change the male or female option to TBD instead? That is a sex, not a gender. And also, sometimes like a lot of people don't even get karyotyped. Mostly people do not get karyotyped when they're born. So a lot of people don't know that maybe they're like ovotestes. They might have like gonads and also like female genitalia. There's so many different types of conditions that you can be born with that would spell out the fact that you might not be the sex or gender you think you are at birth. Was this even an issue in Trump's first term? No. They had to find an issue for everybody to be upset about. That wasn't an issue. Still isn't an issue. Nobody's taken your favorite female athletes' gold medals. Nobody's doing that. We're simply just letting them participate as they should. They're people. Can you imagine like the 10 athletes that were trans across the entire United States, like traveling 5 states over to compete one-on-one against each other? Like nobody would do that. It's so dumb. None of these people can even name a female sports team. Someone said except for the boxer in the Olympics in Paris. G Money, you're wrong about that. That is a female. That is a woman. Iman Khalif, a woman born with female genitalia. You guys are so deep in the misinformation. You need these things to be a thing, and they're not. I saw that Trump is getting rid of the LGBTQIA plus hotline for the Trevor Project. Absolutely pathetic, horrendous, despicable. Like all of a sudden, it's not just that they're in your sports; you just hate them in general. Despicable. Reagan style, let them unalive type shit. Yeah, Nemo. Yellow.
What's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, definitely not. Um, yeah, I know you want ops, but I figured I'd just come up and say a few things to kill some dead time.
Sure. What you got?
Um, yeah, it's just as soon as GD said that he gave this story about how he just wanted to debate someone, so then he created a TikTok and then he came on here and you were the first person he found. But somehow he was already following 35 people and he had 25 followers. So did he gain 25 followers in the short conversation that he had with you? And when did he find the time to go and follow 35 other people? Like, these guys, they just lie. They're just bigots and liars, straight up. That's it. Like, anytime I speak to a black Republican and I ask them, why are you a Republican now? And they say, oh, well, the left went crazy, the Democrats went crazy. And it's like, you ask them, okay, well, how? How did we go crazy? And they're like, all this trans stuff, all this gay stuff. Every single time, that's the one thing they say. It's bigotry. The majority of black Republicans are only Republican because of their bigotry. And it's the same thing with the people that come up here and debate you with trans issues. Is they're just bigots. That's it. It's just bigotry.
I appreciate you. Yeah. Um, I don't know. I don't want to comment on a certain type of person, especially black person's ideology in general. I think that's not okay unless you're part of that community. But
I mean, I get that, and it's tough. It's tough to criticize Blaga because especially being a white guy, because it starts to feel racist, but at the same time it's like we can't be afraid to call out bigotry just because of the color of the person. You know what I mean? Bigotry is bigotry. And it's just, it's like that's like saying, oh well, we can't criticize Israel for what they're doing because they're also Jewish people. It's like I get that you don't want to go there, but I pointed that out because that seems to be the one thing that they all have in common is bigotry and transphobia.
yeah. I mean, I agree. And this is what I always remind people what bigotry is. Like, bigotry is just holding on to beliefs without any sort of reason or proof. So when I say, okay, well, here's some peer-reviewed science that proves my side, they say, no, well, trust me, you just can't believe that stuff because I want to believe this so bad for no reason. That can't be true. That definitionally, that is bigotry. So yeah, I agree. Most of it is bigotry. Most of it is being indoctrinated with whatever ideologies they've been spewing or Christianity. I agree. But I'm gonna move you down just so that it's more inviting for more people to come up.
No problem.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Hope you have a daughter one day, blah, 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 blah. You know what? If I ever did have a daughter one day, I said this the other day and I stick to it. If I did have a daughter one day and she was in sports and she had a trans woman on her team or a trans girl, I would be ecstatic. I would be so over the top excited that my daughter would have the experience of seeing somebody in a minority group who simply just wants to live life. And I would say, hey, go be best friends with that person. Go protect that person. Go be there for that person. Right? Wouldn't that like what your Jesus or wouldn't that be what your God would want for that person? Go advocate for that person. It would be such a valuable life lesson that you can't buy with money. You couldn't just tell somebody to be a certain way. That'd be something you would absolutely. I would be so ecstatic that my daughter would go through that. Instead of you being like, oh, and instilling bigotry and hatred, teaching your daughter to be upset that this person who faces so much more adversity in their life than you, upset that you have to be next to this person and competing with sports. How fucked. How disgusting. How low. How pathetic. Yellow? Yellow? I think I'm in someone's pocket. Yellow?
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Are you
All
over?
right, so I want to say something about what you were saying.
Are you over 18?
Yeah,
What's your birthday?
June 13th,
What year?
26.
You said June 13, 2006?
Yeah.
How old does that make you?
I'm not over 18. But can I just say something, bro? Please. Please.
Oh, what's up?
What's
Dude,
up?
Pickles, you know you're never going to have a daughter, right? Because you like those pickles too much. Everybody knows that.
Are you just being homophobic?
So I don't know why you're worried about having a daughter.
I'm straight. Are you just being homophobic then?
No, I think you like eating pickles.
Why are you mentioning
And
that?
you're not going to
Are you
have a
just
daughter.
mocking gay people?
I'm just saying,
Does
I
that
don't
make
think
me
you're ever
like
gonna have a
not as
daughter,
cool
man.
as somebody who's straight? Is that why you say that?
I'm just saying you're never going to have a daughter because you're not straight.
Why do you say I'm
Because
not
you
straight?
like pickles.
And why do you say that?
Well, whatever, dude. Everybody knows you're not going to have a daughter, dude. You enjoy the pickle too much. You enjoy the pickle more than the taco.
Are you calling me gay?
You enjoy it. Does that offend you? Are you offended?
No, I just feel like you're saying it, insinuating it makes me
Well,
not so cool.
I just know it, dude. You're setting the gaydar off, man. I don't think you're ever gonna have a daughter,
Okay,
so
all
I
right.
wouldn't worry about it too
What
much.
if I was gay? So what if I adopted a daughter?
That's okay. If you want to be, I support your right to be. I'm just saying you can't
I think
like
this is completely
reproduce
irrelevant.
as a
I don't
gay
think my
person.
sexuality has anything to do with the debate, does it?
Well, it does if you think you're gonna reproduce.
I could
So,
also adopt, right?
Yeah. Whatever, dude. Whatever you want to do, man.
So you didn't
I'll
really
pray
think
for
about
your
that one?
kids. If you ever have them. I don't think you will.
Do you consider yourself homophobic?
Do I? No, absolutely not.
I've got news for you. You are.
I was just on a live and I was talking about how important LGBTQ rights are and how it's been weaponized by the Democratic Party and how the LGBT community is being used as political pawns, as propaganda for the Democrat Party.
I'm sure that was fun virtue signaling, but you just came up here and made fun of me, and the way you made fun of me was calling me gay, and I don't feel like any gay
I didn't
person
make
would feel
fun of
safe
you. It's
next to you.
science. It's science, Pickles.
What science did you do?
You can't have a daughter because you suck that pickle so much and so hard. There's no way.
Are you just saying I suck pickles because
Your
that would make
daughter
me
can't
gay?
have two dads. Well, is that what you want? You want your daughter to have two dads? Do you want two dads for your daughter?
You're gonna have to admit that
Maybe you can adopt.
Lord
Maybe you
Magacraft,
could adopt.
Lord Magacraft, you guys are still
What?
stuck. You guys are stuck like in like 30 years ago when it was still cool to make fun of gay people.
Wasn't what I was here to even debate you on.
You're not
My
here to
question
debate.
is simple. and
You're
I'll
here.
go
You're here
question
to.
for
You're
question
here to
with
punch
you.
down on gay people.
I'm here to debate you. I want you to sell me the Democrat Party without referencing Trump. That's what I'm here for. Why we should vote that way.
Okay, so the Democrat Party is the only one who's fiscally responsible. The Democrat Party is the only one who enacts social safety nets and has generally net positive, like, working economies in each state across the United States. They're the only party that advocates for more rights, not less. The only party that helps veterans. They're the only party that helps poor people, people that are homeless. We're the only party that advocates for I don't know.
Okay, so we
Children
have
to
the
be
highest
safe.
homeless rate under Biden in years. Our economy was a disaster.
Yeah, that was from COVID.
You're not selling me, dude. You're not selling me the Democrat Party.
That was from
I'm coming
COVID?
at this with an open mind, actually.
Okay, that was from
You're just
COVID?
making statements with no facts to back it up.
Okay, you're just talking about
I
how
should
COVID.
vote for the Democrats because of COVID.
So COVID ruined the economy. You're going to sit here and take your sample of the economy from a time where the world had
We've
a
been
pandemic.
down this road before. See, the whole problem with you Democrats right now is you're getting ramifications, okay? And I know how much you like to be ramificated.
Are you grand scamming and being homophobic again?
I'm trying to explain to you that there is no reason to vote Democrat. You haven't given me anything.
I just gave you a whole
What
bunch
is the
of things.
message? Why don't you just tell me what the message of the Democratic Party is? Let's keep it simple.
Dude, I just gave you a whole laundry list of things and you brought up COVID.
I want the message of the Democratic Party.
Help
I
the
need a
needy.
message to vote in a direction. What is the message of the
help the needy.
Democratic Party?
The message
Help
from the
the
Democrat
needy.
Party is
Really?
going to be kick the
Really?
homophobic.
I think it's more like sell the American people.
The message is from Kat, and she says, kick the homophobe. What's the goal of platforming hate? Platforming hate, actually, I'm sorry, but it is useful. It is, for any person that's not radicalized, standing somewhere in the middle, on the fence, when they see someone like this coming up and representing the right, as a person with undeveloped opinions, they would run to the left. That's why I platform people like this for any given amount of time. Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. How you doing, Jenny?
I'm okay. Actually, I was wanting to talk to the last guy, so it doesn't really matter. I just wanted him to explain why the Republican Party was so good without bringing up Biden,
Yeah, I agree. That would be a good one.
because that was the first thing he did.
Yeah.
So, and I also wanted to say to the previous guy, can't remember who it was now, that we're at war and he's worried about a fucking game. He's worried about pro sports when we're at war.
Agreed. Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I'm on your side. So if you want to turn me off, that's fine.
Much love, Jenny. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good one.
You too. Top the screen. We're almost at 200K, guys and gals. Yellow.
Hi.
Hi there. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not, but I just wanted to tell you quickly, I love your live, and it's the most intelligent live. I sit and listen to it all the time. And that guy that was up earlier, I wanted you to drop him, but he's a perfect example of MAGA and being a Trumpster. And so it's good that you let him talk a little bit, but I'm glad you got rid of him because it gets tiring. It really does. But you hang in there. Your live is wonderful. And I know how intelligent you are, and I know how intelligent the whole conversation is here. And I really appreciate it. I learn a lot.
Well, thank you. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. It's okay. You can drop me.
All right. Bye,
And
Debbie.
one other thing I wanted to say.
Uh-huh.
You talked about if you would ever have a daughter. I pray that, I don't know if he said he had children, but somebody like him, I pray that he doesn't procreate. We have enough of these ignorant people. We don't need more. So, okay. Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
The truth is, I would never have. I have a vasectomy. I got a vasectomy, and I will never have kids. But it's not because I'm gay. It's because I care about women. Angie, thank you so much for the subscription. Chat, I do have Venmo Cash App in the bio. If you guys want to support the channel, that's probably one of the best ways to do it. There's also PayPal. And if you guys are trying to kick a guest, it's $40 to kick a guest. We can always pull it together too. If you guys want to do it part by part. You could always have it reversed, yeah. My husband got one too, thank God. Very happily human, child free. Yeah. It's the best. It's the best. Pulling funds to socialism. W. Trying to get that done soon too. It's the best $700 I've ever spent. It's in and out, 30 minutes. In and out. They hand you a bottle of PKs. You're good. In a week or two, you're back in business. Shooting blanks. No big deal. Yeah. It's just kind of scary. It's just kind of scary. Like, it's a weird feeling. Hello?
Here we go. I'm Death Grips. Ah!
Whew. All right. All right, guys. Oh, God. I like it. Picasso. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop on in here. Go on in there. Get on in that box. Keep wrapping it up. Yeah. I got tested. It's been years. It's been years. I got tested. They have little at-home test kits to make sure everything's good. Took me 3 doctors, 15 years, but I got my tubes. Oh my God, Angela. How do we debate this guy? I am live on TikTok. If you guys are trying to debate me, it's the best way to do it. I might be taking a break here soon. We've been going hard. Been going hard for 3.5 hours, so we might take a little break, eat some food. I don't know. I might just be going all week with no day off. Oh my God. Oh my God. For those of you, I'm probably gonna catch some fucking strays for this. For those of you who know me, I don't drive. I just last night paid off all of my tickets. It was like $2,000. Paid off all of my tickets, and I can drive now. I can get a driver's license. So now we're saving up for a vehicle. I should do, I don't know. I should do like a vehicle. I'm gonna buy like a little cash car, like a little shit cash car. Yeah. Tell us a story about why so many tickets. I used to have a ridiculous. I used to have a SRT8 Challenger, and I was a fucking asshole, and I sped everywhere, and I got a bunch of tickets. That's it. Hello?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Well, can I say why I vote for him, or?
Sure.
Vote for him based off social policy. That was kind of my main thing. Like abortion, gender affirming care for minors, etc.
Where do you guys have any science that shows how gender affirming care for minors is bad, or you guys just think it's icky?
Say that again?
Do you have any science showing that how we distribute gender affirming care to minors is bad, or you guys just think it's icky?
It depends which one you're talking about, but it could definitely be bad in the sense of, you're doing things to a child and they might not want it later down in life.
We have the regret rates. It's like less than 1%.
It doesn't matter if it's
It does matter. Like
0.5%.
it does. So like, the regret rates for knee surgery are huge, like 20%. You guys aren't talking about stopping children from doing that, are you?
Well, no, because that kind of determines life or their future life, when it comes to health.
Well, so does not unaliving yourself.
Yeah, but transgenders already have an efficient amount of suicide rates, so
That's what
not
we're
really
treating.
helping.
That's what gender affirming care is treating.
No, I don't think affirming it like, oh yeah, it's okay to,
It's literally science.
do things to your body.
That's what gives us the best outcomes for reducing suicidality is gender affirming care. That's why we do it.
So should we affirm depression?
No, you're taking the treatment for one thing and you're making it the same across all cases. So like I hear this all the time, like if you think someone's schizophrenic, should we affirm that their hallucinations are true? That is a misnomer. We've done all sorts of treatments, like trying to give these people anti-anxiety, antidepressants, counseling, etc. Nothing works as good as gender affirming care. That's what the science tells us. That's what medicine tells us. So that's why we do it.
So you should say to a 15-year-old boy, he wants to be a woman, you should say that you should, go to a therapist, maybe change your pronouns, and then later down, maybe I'll give you this, maybe after 18, you can chop off your penis. That's okay?
That's one bombastic way to put it. It's very few people that go around just chopping and doing that surgery, and that's just kind of an insensitive way to put it. And again, it points towards the fact that you guys just kind of like think it's weird and icky. It's nothing to do with the scientific outcomes. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the outcomes and the care being effective or not. It's just you putting it in a way that is crazy.
Because you have to understand that children, they can't gamble, they can't drink, they can't drive, they can't even rent a car. And you're allowing these children to take in things that are possibly not reversible.
It's not true.
Because that's a debate itself. But there's a lot of things that children can do, well, not anymore, but could do, that is not reversible. So it's just really weird how that's even.
Is knee surgery reversible?
Sorry?
Is knee surgery reversible?
I don't
Is
really
heart
know,
surgery
never got it.
reversible?
What happened?
Why are you guys focusing on this when the outcomes are that there are very few people that regret this, and that the majority of the gender affirming care issued as to the youth, to adolescents, it is completely reversible. So things like puberty blockers. We give those things to people all the time, and if you want to go through puberty, you just stop taking puberty blockers, bro. But this gives children time to think and time to figure out what they want to do. And when they're an adult, they totally can. They can continue taking those puberty blockers. They can go through hormone replacement therapy. But puberty blockers are mostly reversible. So for you guys to keep saying that, it's dishonest, it's uneducated, and it's not the truth.
Well, it's not just puberty blockers and, that entire argument. It's like, are you going to say that to a 30-year-old that already went through puberty blockers and all that stuff? You think that's reversible? It's not. So it gets to a point where it's not reversible. It could definitely be reversible in a certain amount of time frame. It's not really reversible outside that time frame.
But
And you
that's
keep
not
on bringing
true.
up this knee surgery thing. People that do knee surgeries are most likely athletes, okay? And they want to keep on competing in their sport, and they have to do these knee surgeries
Well,
in order
people
to
that
do
go
that.
through gender affirming care, they just want to fucking live. We don't want them to unalive themselves. So when we give them gender affirming care, they're less likely to unalive themselves. That's what the science says. So I could care less if somebody wants to compete in sports if they're not even alive, dude.
So you're basically saying for the people that do not affirm these things, like, okay, let's say I don't call this person these pronouns. Am I being emotionally held hostage because this person is going to unalive themselves if I do not call them by these pronouns?
So if you want to contribute to somebody's mental well-being, that's cool. I would consider you like a better person for it.
So I have to lie.
You don't have to lie about any gender is a social construct. So like you're not exactly lying. What you're doing is you're hating this person for being transgender, and you want to cause them harm by simply not changing the verbiage you use when you address them.
Well, I'm just not lying. I'm not going to lie to their face and say, okay, you're a woman when you're actually a man.
It's not a woman. It's not a lie.
Because that's hurting me.
Okay.
I don't want to lie.
Somebody already paid to kick you, Mama Geese. I'll catch you later.
Of course they.
Brandon's in the chat. It says kick the transphobe. Words are descriptive, not prescriptive. So, in another world, in another universe, if we all called each other geese, and we all determined over decades or centuries what a goose was, it wouldn't be lying, would it? It would just be what we determined that to be.
Hello.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I am, yeah.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
I like about deporting illegals and basically stopping trans people from going to the military and coming in women's sports or vice versa.
I love that you put that in the same sentence. So in one instance, you're claiming that they're superhuman and they have superhuman abilities and they shouldn't have to compete with someone else. And in another instance, you're saying that they're not good enough and they're not effective soldiers. Which one is it, bro?
No, I'm trying to say it's not fair for a biological male who's transitioned to compete in women's sport. I mean, I believe personally they are a woman if they transition, but it's not fair that they, you know.
We have science that just says otherwise, dude. After 3 years of HRT, they're right there with women.
No, I don't think so. Do you hate Trump deporting illegals and that?
Biden deported more people than Trump. It's just the way that Trump is going about it. He's literally like raiding people's birthday parties, catching them outside of court dates that they're supposed to be attending to follow the legal process. He's also deporting people to life in prison in El Salvador with no due process for committing a crime that's usually like a $50 fine. So I think he's just being an authoritarian, and he's testing his ability to do horrible things without being checked in the dark without us knowing. And I think that's what we're against. I think that he's just using it as political theater so that you guys get amped up and see us freak out about it. And it just makes me feel like MAGA is the un-American, unpatriotic party because you guys are happy about the destruction of other people's lives here in America.
That's fair. But what do you like about Kamala, honestly?
I think Kamala is somebody who actually had coherent policy written down and had actually had political and economic policy written down on her website. So you can actually see, I think that she spoke coherently. She didn't talk about sharks and batteries. She didn't talk about fucking cats and dogs. She didn't like do crazy bombastic claims in the media to cause outrage. I think that she was going to be a steady leader. She was the most qualified person to run for president in the first for the first term. She had 27 years of experience. She had her Juris Doctorates. She had experience in all 3 branches of government. She was a GA, she was an attorney, she was a prosecutor, she, all right, I'm sorry, an AG. She was the best. She was the best thing we have. But she was a woman and
do
she
you think
laughed. So I guess that was not good
do you
enough.
think Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
How's that?
I think that we can go through the 14 tenets of fascism, and he meets them all, 10 out of 10. A few of which would
Okay,
be
but
like giving corporations more power. So basically just cutting regulations, giving them everything they want and need, giving them huge tax breaks, regressive tax rates, and putting the burden of those taxes on the citizens. He's intertwining religion and government. He started a federal task force to attack Christian bias. He's attacking private companies like Harvard for not following his political agenda. He's ultra-nationalist, an isolationist whenever it's convenient, which is something that's detrimental to our economy and to our political power worldwide. He's extremely sexist, and he says things like grab women by the pussy. He's got 28 sexual abuse allegations.
First of all, that's allegations, but second of all, you know his daughter converted to Judaism.
I'm sorry?
You know his daughter converted to Judaism.
Right.
Like she's Jewish, so he cannot be a Nazi. And that means, you know.
Okay, fascist doesn't mean you're inherently only Nazi and hate Jewish people.
I mean, I don't think he's a fascist just because I mean, I don't think Hitler was sexist as well.
Okay, here's what it means to be a fascist.
Okay, United Nations.
Sorry, wrong thing. Powerful and continuing nationalism. You see all those fucking idiots with like 13 Trump flags and United States flags on the back of their truck or on the back of their boat, tattooed on their chest and on their fucking foreheads. We've got disdain for recognition of human rights. So Trump tried to convince you guys just a few weeks ago, and you guys all fell for it for a while, that like a certain class of people didn't even have due process. That's horrible. He also like took away the right of women to have abortion in certain states. Then we have identification of enemies and scapegoats for unifying cause. So i.e. illegal migrants, what you guys call them, or Nancy Pelosi or Hunter Biden, all that shit. None of it has any actual truth to it, in my opinion, and I can prove it. Supremacy of the military. Trump just did a military parade, spent tens of billions or billions of dollars on it, or millions of dollars on it.
I mean,
he dumped 2 point. Okay,
better military parade than an LGBTQ parade.
Okay, sure. But supremacy of the military. He also dumped $2.2 trillion into the military. His first administration, spending boatloads of tax dollars, and convinced you guys it's a great idea when we already have the biggest military by far on earth. Rampant sexism, we went over that. Controlled mass media. Trump is using the FCC to harass news stations and threaten them with lawsuits and legal fees if they don't stop saying bad things about him. He's also kicking certain ones out of the Oval Office and allowing news stations like fucking Russian state media into the Oval Office. Fucking weird. He's also kicked and changed the ones that are cycled in through the Pentagon to get reports from the Pentagon. Let's see, obsession with national security. You guys are willing to give Trump whatever extra authority that he needs, whatever extra powers he needs, even go as far as to subvert human rights and to change the Constitution with a pencil and a paper. He's literally taken an executive order and tried to do away with an entire constitutional amendment, the 14th Amendment. You guys are willing to let him do that because he is telling you guys it's a matter of national security, which is fucking dumb. It's what every fascist does. Religion and government are intertwined. We went over that. Corporate power is protected. Trump is doing all these things. He laughs about firing people on strike, firing people who are unionizing. Labor power is suppressed. That kind of ties back to the last one. Disdain for intellectuals in the arts. So Trump has defunded the Department of Education. He's literally yanked $286 billion from public schools so that he can give his rich friends tax breaks. He also makes fun of people for pursuing college degrees. Charlie Kirk is somebody who's been doing this and has a campaign trail visiting colleges 400 times a year. spending tens of millions of dollars on convincing children that college degrees are useless, obsession with crime and punishment, I don't know, lock her up, telling people that people here illegally need to go to prison for the rest of their lives, and chasing people down using ICE, considering what they're doing is literally harmless. Rampant cronyism and corruption. He's literally pardoned people like Steve Bannon, George Papadopoulos. He's got a whole group or inner circle of people who he's pardoned that have done felonies on his behalf. Even people who have stolen money from you for things such as the wall. He himself is literally a 34 times felon. And also fraudulent elections. He cried about the election being stolen for 4 years. He fought it in 62 different courts, 17 of which had judges appointed by him. And they all said there's nothing to see. And he also was caught doing 7 different states. He had fake slates of electors that were there to subvert the election and subvert the will of 81 million voters.
Okay. But do you think we should like spend more on military parades or LGBTQ parades?
Literally, the federal government doesn't do huge LGBTQ parades.
Okay, but I think personally Kamala would start World War III and Trump is already fixing most of the world right now.
I don't agree. We're about to be in World War III now with Trump, and Trump can literally be baited by a tweet. So I could be like, hey, Trump, you're a fucking idiot as a world leader. And Trump would tweet back like 40 times in one night. He would literally use his executive powers to attack that person using the government. He would literally change his foreign policy based on his feelings towards somebody. I don't think he is a good diplomat in any way. I think he's like a -12 on a scale of 1 to 10 when it comes to that. He's literally made us alone on the world stage. All of our allies are the least happy with us that they've ever been because of his tariffs and because of his geopolitical stance on everything. Putin is more emboldened than he's ever been, doing whatever the fuck he wants to do with Ukraine because Trump is now in office. China is more emboldened than they've ever been because he's doing the worst shit, pulling us out of USAID, allowing our soft power to be withdrawn from countries who are developed or war-torn, and allowing China to go in and groom these other countries to be pro-China instead of pro-United States or the West. Same thing with Russia. I think that he's completely antithetical to all these things you're saying.
Right. But just so you know, I think it's not it's Ukraine's fault the war happened. Just so you know.
All right.
I mean, look into it. I mean, there was a treaty between Russia and the NATO that it won't expand like closer to Russia, and it did.
That's a lie. There's no treaty.
I mean, there was like a.
Yeah, it's not a treaty. It was something someone said verbally and was never signed, and has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, but they broke the promise, so
it's not anything. We have a treaty that we signed, that we convinced Ukraine to take their nuclear weapons and give them away, and in return we promised to protect them, and he's breaking that treaty. That's what Trump is doing.
So, in what way is the Ukraine the victim?
I'm sorry?
In what way is Ukraine the victim?
Ukraine was literally just chilling one day and Russia invaded them because they wanted to be part of a defensive allyship. Started slaughtering women and children, bombing fucking civilian centers, tying them with their hands behind their back, kicking them into ditches, raping the women and children, kidnapping children into Russia so they can groom them and turn them into pro-Russian assets. What do you mean? How are they a victim?
Crimes, and they get sentenced for it.
Yeah, I'm sure Putin's on his way to jail right now.
Okay. To be fair, I kind of agree, but like, I don't think Putin ever raped a girl or something like that. So, I mean,
what?
Is there any proof to that?
Yes. What?
Can I see?
He's wanted by fucking by world courts, UN reports.
Let me see.
Russia's guilty for crimes against humanity and occupied Ukraine. You see that?
But did Putin ever like do it straight up? Then he raped someone.
Literally, yes. Every 4 years he invades somebody. Are you shitting my dick?
You said the rape now and waiting. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You don't know about the grape?
No. Oh wait. I really want to see that actually. And by Russian forces, not by Putin. Okay.
Who controls Russian forces? Putin's not
Putin,
out there
but-
graping children. I didn't say that.
You did say that though.
No, I did not say Putin is out there graping children personally.
So how is it his fault then?
Dude, dog.
Wait. Actually, so look, my dad tells me not to rape someone, and I go rape him. Is that his fault or my fault?
Putin is not condemning it. He's allowing it. He's continuing to push his forces into Ukraine. I'm sorry, but if your battalion is in a country doing these things and you don't condemn it, then it's on you. If are U.S. soldiers doing this, do we allow that in the U.S. military for us to do that to other people in countries that we're in?
No. Yeah, I mean you're right about that, but it's not his fault if somebody's
Oh
getting
God,
raped.
fuck off, dude. Come on,
I mean it's not his fault.
dude. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
How is it? No, actually.
Do
explain
you
how
think
is it.
Ukrainians are doing that to Russians?
Yeah,
No, dude. No, absolutely not,
it can happen, but they will get sentenced for it. Yeah.
bro. You're the worst type of person. You're sitting here justifying this.
I mean, you're gonna get judged for it, and it's gonna be a war crime.
Dude, you can't possibly sit here and think you're on the right side of history, going like this isn't Putin's fault. Turning your head when Putin's doing this.
And
You
what-
really need to fucking like do some some soul searching here, bud.
Wait, so I mean, they're gonna get sentenced for a war crime. So I don't
Oh,
think.
I'm sure Putin's gonna turn himself right in, dude.
So wait, so did Putin rape someone or not, bro?
Dude, okay, Putin's using certain types of weapons that are not allowed. That are not allowed by the Geneva Convention. He is definitely doing that. And by his instruction, he is doing that.
So, do you think like war? Oh my god, bro! Israel is bombing fucking hospitals as well, bro.
Yeah, and I can
And what?
and fucking Bibi is also wanted by courts for his war crimes too.
You know what I seen on Telegram the other day, right? I seen two Ukrainian commanders behead 3 Russian soldiers and put them on a stick. I mean, I can send you the video, bro.
Okay.
Okay, where do I send it to, bro?
I mean, I condemn that. I condemn that. I don't think that is.
And they
I don't
didn't
think-
get sentenced. They're still out there. Right.
Someone already paid to kick you, bro. Oh no, I'm just kidding. It was only $5. Drop this dude. We have a $35 left for the kick pool if somebody wants to drop. But Katie, thank you so much.
Well, that's crazy.
Listen,
They're trying to drop me because I'm telling the truth. Yeah, bro.
No, because you're debating in bad faith. People don't want
What
to
do you
hear
mean
you sit here and justify Russia's actions and saying it's all the same and that Ukraine is the aggressor, that it's Ukraine's fault, and that Putin should be allowed to like bomb civilian centers and schools and all of that shit. Absolutely
no, I'm not saying
dude.
he should. And I'm not a Putin sympathizer or something like. But the thing is, I'm not saying he should do it, but I'm saying Ukraine is doing the same stuff, and it's not Putin's fault somebody's raping someone over there. That's
It
all I'm trying to
absolutely
say.
is. Putin is not condemning this. These people don't even know why they're at war. They think they're going to fight Nazism. That's why they're
Really?
doing this. This is why they're so riled up. This is why they're doing the actions that they're doing. They think they're killing Nazis.
Oh, so you're saying that's propaganda, right?
Okay.
You're saying-
Why do you think Russians think they're doing this?
Because of war. I mean, you can really
Because
choose
of
if you're
war?
going to war. No, look, you can't really choose if you're going to war. You go to war. And most of Russians know what they're going for
No, they
abroad.
don't. They have no idea. They're all confused.
Did
They
you ever
used to
talk with
think
a
there were
Russian?
biolabs. They used to think because of our own head of national intelligence. They think Stephanie. Thank you so much for the $35. None of them know why they're going to war, bro. Get this sicko out of here, rapist apologist. Yeah, dog. None of my politics require me to defend that disgusting behavior, bro. Katie, thank you for the 35 as the drop feed. Thank you so much, Katie, both y'all. None of my politics require me to defend that. When you catch yourself trying to defend those things, maybe you should just take a little look at yourself, bro. Fucking check yourself a little bit, guys. Jesus fucking Christ. NATO, a defensive allyship, is massively to blame for Ukrainian meat grinder. Give me a fucking break. Spare me. Spare me. You guys are actually pathetic. Biolabs existed, yeah. Bioweapon labs, no. Yeah, like, did you know that like like a women's health facility could be considered a biolab? Tulsi Gabbard spread that rumor, bro. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump
Hello. Hi.
supporter?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter.
Hey, what do you like about Trump?
I like Trump because he has, well, generally just the pendulum swing, but main thing, I like what he's done with the taking the trans out of the sports
All
and
10
out
of
of the
them?
bathrooms. All 10 of who?
All 10 of them?
10 of who?
Out of a league of 510,000, there are 10 trans people.
Yeah, but that could, even if that is true, if Kamala won, there would have been 10, 15,000 more because you
Says
guys
who?
want to, well, that's the agenda, right? You guys
Did
want
she?
more trans people
No, we
to be
don't.
accepted.
She
Should there be more?
never
Yes, you do.
mentioned.
You want more trans people.
Let me finish. She never mentioned trans people in her campaign.
She did, yeah. She said that she accepts trans people and that they should be able to go in the sports and go in the bathrooms.
She
And
never mentioned them, no.
100%, she did. There was so many clips of that.
No, there wasn't.
Are you telling me Kamala does not support trans people?
No, she said that she would follow the law. That's all. That when she was asked about trans people, I think the only time she was asked if she would allow them in prison to get gender affirming care. She goes, "I will follow the law, whatever that will be." And by the way, which was the same law
Yeah,
that
well,
Trump had
she
under his
makes the law.
administration. No, she doesn't.
Yeah, as a president, you do make a law. That's what executive orders are.
No, that's
And she
literally
wanted to
that's not
open
true.
up.
Executive orders are not law.
She wanted to open it. They could change law. They can do that.
No, they
They
can't.
have to get it passed, but they can offer up law. What do you think? There's people above the president? That's what a president does. And
Congress writes laws, bub.
that there's still they get to offer it up, and then they need to get it passed by Congress. There's this process. But the main point is that, and you agree with this. So you're a liberal, right? You want more trans people in sports, and you want them to
We don't
go
want
into
more. We are
female
being
bathrooms.
gaslit into defending them because you guys are punching down on a minority group that is a thing that is not causing issues, right? So we even have Trump in his 2016
How is
campaign.
it not causing issues?
Excuse me. In 2016, we have Trump saying there are no problems with letting these people use whatever bathroom they want. They even asked him if Caitlyn Jenner want to use the male bathroom in Mar-a-Lago or in Trump Tower. Would you let her? Yeah. Or I mean, the female bathroom. Yeah. He said yes. This has now also just been
Really?
weaponized so that you guys could be upset about it. This is something you guys have been propagandized and think
No,
is a
bro.
big deal. It's not. Can you tell me one incident? Tell me one incident that made the news or whatever that where a trans person went into their bathroom and said, "Hey, I'm gonna hurt somebody." Can you tell me the last time this happened?
Bro, there's tons of examples. It gets posted every day.
Yeah, show me.
There's
Show
been
me
literal
one.
rapes.
Yeah,
There's
let's
been
hear about
literal
it.
rapes.
Let's hear about it.
Bro, just go on Libs on TikTok. It's posted every day. There was like 5 literally like in a week
That's not
in
true, actually.
2021.
There was 5
Yeah,
in the
there's
course of
been
last year.
tons of rapes. There's been tons of rapes.
That's not true. Here's
Now,
the actual.
no one's saying this happens every day, but
You
to
just
say
did.
that this has never happened, this has happened. This is 1000% happened.
Here's where
Because
this is where it's
posted on
happening.
every day.
You guys are focusing on the 5 people. You see this highlighted number right here? There's 5 for transgender.
What is this?
This is who is
What's the
making
title of
news.
it?
This is whoismakingnews.com. Okay? This is a database. You can go check the sources.
Yeah.
And there's 5.
News.com. Who
Yeah,
owns news.com? Do you guys even think about that?
whoismakingnews.com. Whoismakingnews.com.
You guys don't think about these things. Who owns news.com?
Who
Do you
is
know who owns
making
that?
news.com? Yeah, the owner's right here on the
Yeah.
front.
No, but who funds these things? Who owns it?
This
You
person
guys
right
don't
here.
think about these things, and you look it up, and you're like, "Oh, look, this Act Blue
Listen,
said."
you're welcome to show me
Look-
conflicting information, but I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to listen to this right now because this is what we have. We have
You're
5
saying
trans people.
This is 5 ever. You're saying 5 ever? happened.
Over the
So
course,
that's
I
what you're
believe
claiming?
this is over the course of last year, and then we have 846 religious people. Who would you rather start with? Stopping doing the essay. Would you want to start here with the 800 or with the 5?
There should be no essay. If a priest commits rape, then they should be held by the law. But if a trans person does that, they should be held by the law too.
Yeah, it's already
There's-
illegal to
there's
do all this
no-
stuff, but for you to pretend like this is an issue,
It's
it's
illegal.
not.
It's illegal in terms of law, but there is an opening on one side and also a pushing on one side. There's no law or anything coming out of like, oh, we need to let priests into the bathrooms, and there's none of
No,
that.
but
There's
you
no
guys
push
are
for that.
rushing children to church, and you're trying
no push
to
for that.
introduce Bibles into classrooms. So
Yeah,
we are not
yeah,
trying
and
to
there's also a
legislate
difference
this.
there. There's also a difference there. The church and the Bible is not inherently sexual. Trans
Excuse
people
me?
is inherently sexual.
Excuse me?
You're telling gay people to go into washrooms with children.
Okay, first of
You're
all,
telling a
trans
priest-
people are not sexual in any way. How are they more sexual than a regular person, than a
Come on, bro.
non-trans person?
Come on, bro.
What do you mean? Come on, bro. Can you explain this to me?
Trans people are not. Yes, it is. It's literally. First of all, it's literally a fetish. There's a sexual fetish where they like to dress up as a girl, and these are gay men.
That's called
that are dressing up as a
cross-dressing.
girl.
That's called cross-dressing.
Same thing.
No,
That's what it was called before.
dog.
Same thing.
You're extremely
Inherently sexual.
confused. You're
Are you
extremely
telling me that
confused.
trans people? Are you telling me that you can be trans without any sexual element? Are you really telling me that right now?
No, I'm saying that the trans people are no more sexual than a cis person.
Bro. Okay, bro. You got it. I know, like, you hate our
Trans is
side
not
and
a
stuff,
sexuality.
bro.
Trans is not a
You gotta be
sexuality.
honest with yourself, bro.
You've
Have
got to
you
be honest with
talked to
you're
the
literally
average-
a bigot.
Have you talked to the average trans person, bro?
Yes, I lived in
Have
the
you- have
neighborhood
you
for
gone-
6 years. Yes. The
Say again?
safest, best city I've ever lived in. I lived in the neighborhood for 6 years. Fucking loved it.
Neighborhood?
Yes, the neighborhood.
What city? What is that? What city is
Oaklawn,
this? What is
Texas.
this?
Oaklawn, Texas, north of Dallas is called Oaklawn. It's called the neighborhood. Gay people
The
everywhere.
neighborhood. Okay.
LGBTQ people
the tra-
everywhere.
If you talk, especially online, if you go in, there's little group chats for them. There's group chats on Reddit for trans people, and all they're doing is they're gooning up. They're gooning. Like this it is inherently sexual. It's a fetish, and it's fine. No one's saying kill them. No one's
It's
saying
not
they
a
can't get
fetish.
married.
You're
None
literally
of
not
that.
making any sense. Trans
is a fetish,
people
bro.
are not fetishized. No, they're not. They are not inherently more sexual than the next person. Some of them are asexual. What are you talking about, man?
Oh, bro, another made up thing, bro. Bro,
Asexual's not made
bro.
up.
Asexual. Is that the thing where you don't like anything?
Yes.
Like what? It's a made up. Yeah, it's a
That's
made
not
up thing.
made up. How would you say that's
It
made
is.
up? That's
It doesn't
there's
exist.
literally. I have a person in my Discord who's asexual, who's no interest at all in having sex. That's a real thing, my friend.
That's a problem if you do that. If
Oh my God.
biologically, you are supposed to be attracted to each of the sexes. That's why there is gay and that there's straight. If you're not attracted to anything, you got a problem, buddy.
What? Why is there a problem?
And then you guys, and this is the problem, and this is what you guys do. This is what you guys do. You guys take a mental illness and then create a word and a label for it.
Oh, God forbid. First of all, that's not true. And second of all, not all of these things are illnesses. They're just a way of being. I think you got hit by a TikTok. I think you just got fucking raptured. Oh my God. First of all, yeah, we have to name all of the mental illnesses, but that is irrelevant. But being asexual is not a mental illness. Oh my God. I know I have so many allies trying to come up. I'm going to choose one. And that's it. Hello?
Thanks, Pickles. Hey.
Anytime.
I just wanted to ask the guy, like, so I'm a lesbian and you're saying
You're cutting out a little bit. I can't hear you right now.
that trans people are overtly sexual
I'm so sorry.
and this and that. Oh,
There you are.
why does this look like it's
There you are.
freezing?
Test.
I don't know if anybody can hear me.
I can hear you now.
If you can hear me. Oh my gosh, I don't know why this is freezing. Say is that as a sexual, you're kind of, and I was going to ask the caller how they would feel about me using the bathroom as a lesbian with other women. Do they fear for other women? Or if there was a bathroom that was broken and another woman goes to use the men's bathroom, do they have an issue with that? And I'm going to tell you the answer is no. So really, you're not afraid of trans women, you're not afraid of cis women, you're not afraid of lesbians, you're afraid of men pretending maybe to be trans women. So really the issue here is that you're afraid of men hurting women.
Yeah. And that's a good point. I bet MAGA thinks that they should stop a lesbian woman from going into a women's bathroom. If that, she got caught from lag. I bet they would walk that back and not figure out how to substantiate why they don't think trans people belong in whatever respective bathroom they want to be in. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay. Two sparrows? She might not be here. Hello? Skyla? Probably an accident. Chat, make it stop. my god, how do we do it? How do we stay decimating these MAGAs? Hello?
Hello?
Are you over 18?
Yes, sir.
That is a real life fetus. Get out of here. Hello?
I'm guessing you're one of them loony liberals, huh?
I guess so. What do you like about Trump?
His vision for the American people.
Higher taxes, progressive tax rates,
Where's the higher taxes at?
tariffs.
Oh yeah, what prices have risen?
We have an average of 3%. I have an echo from you.
What prices has gone up?
We have
Can you give an
on
example?
average, things have gone up by 3%.
Where? I'm not seeing it.
You've got an echo. I can't even finish a sentence because my ADHD kills me. Can you take care of that echo for me? Yeah, swipe out and swipe back in.
How about now?
Test. Are you recording?
No. Let me jump out and jump back in.
Okay. Hello?
Let's try that.
Still there.
I've never had a problem. Live's the only one I had a problem with.
Test. Okay, I think it's
I'm
gone.
muted.
Oh my god.
I'm muted.
Oh, it's still there. Oh my god. Probably has his phone on speaker, no headphones. Probably got one of them Trump phones. I bet I can debate you. Dog, case TikTok does not allow people under 18.
All right, let's try that.
All right, so this is what I'm talking about when we talk about price increases. Jerome Powell, the person that Trump appointed to the Fed, he says we're going to be having price hikes soon.
Soon, right? Soon.
Yeah, so
Where?
so you're going to be paying
Where?
taxes.
When?
That is what a tariff is.
When?
In the coming months.
According to the left, we
in
should
the
have
coming
already
months.
seen that.
Not true. So when you put a tariff on a good and it takes a few weeks for even a ship to come from China to one of our ports, that adds time to it. Also, when you have warehouses full of goods that we're currently purchasing, they don't have to re-up and buy the tariffed goods until they're out. So that if that warehouse backfill is gone, that's when we start seeing the price increase. And companies are
3 to
also
4 weeks, dude.
I'm sorry?
3 to 4 weeks. We should have seen the tariffs already hit.
Okay. So if the tariffs don't cause prices to increase, they just simply don't work then, right? Because we'll just continue to buy things from China?
How is our deficit, or how is our trade deficit now? Is it better or worse?
What does a trade deficit do for you?
It does for America, don't it?
It doesn't do anything. I have a trade deficit with Walmart. I go there and I buy a couple $100 worth of groceries all the time. They never buy anything from me. Is that bad?
Well, my question to you is where was you at under Joe Biden's administration when everything shot sky high? You liberals stayed silent on it. So why 3%? I mean, where was you guys at whenever things rose over 40% under Joe Biden?
So you're going to have to explain to me which policy Joe Biden enacted that made things increase in price.
His Build Back Broker agenda, his infrastructure bill, chips and science bill.
None of those things.
That
none of those things
economists
created.
warned that was going to raise inflation.
None of those things increased inflation. How do they increase inflation?
What do you mean? How do they whenever the federal government spends massive amounts of money, it increases inflation, doesn't it?
Yeah, he barely spent anything. He spent like 2.2 non-COVID.
No, so it's just fake outrage. You guys are pissed off because it's Donald Trump and not Joe Biden, right?
No, I'm saying like if Donald Trump enacts tariffs that increase prices and increase taxes on lower class and middle class Americans, that's what I have a problem with. And he's doing it. He's conning y'all. He's like, look, I'm going to cut your taxes federally this way, but guess what? We're going to get these huge tariffs on everything you buy. And by the way, I'm going to call out Amazon for even making this transparent and showing you how much the tariff is on each of the items.
How much is things supposed to raise due to the tariffs?
It's on everything you buy. And by the way, I'm going to call out Amazon for even making this transparent and showing